Okay, let's go through our agenda. I think most items we will hold because we have presentations or delegations. Item 4.1 is our monthly OC Transpo update. We do have a presentation and we have one delegation for that. Item number 5.1 is the Light Rail Regulatory Monitor and Compliance Officer Annual Report, and Sam Barata is here with a presentation, so we'll hold that one as well. Item 5.2 is the annual update on the Transit Services 5-year roadmap. We have a staff presentation on that, so we will hold 5.2. Item 6.1 is the status update Transit Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending March 31st. Can we receive that report? Received. Thank you. And then later on the agenda, we have the notice of motion on bus reliability introduced by Councillor Brockington. So that'll be towards the end of the meeting, and we have 3 speakers registered for that one. So with that, we will go to the start of our agenda. Item 4.1 is the OC Transpo update for rail, bus, and paratranspo. René, bonjour, bienvenue. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tous. Je suis très contente d'être ici, comme
Thank you. I'm
d'habitude.
very happy to be here, as usual.
We have some important updates to share today, so let's begin now. On April 27th, OC Transpo will launch new ways to bus. This bus network redesign will give customers a more reliable and efficient system. As you know, we have an extensive communications and marketing campaign on the way. Once the new network is implemented on April 27th, our staff will be monitoring the service very closely and will be ready to make some adjustments or changes necessary. We welcome customers' feedback as they begin to use the new Ways to Bus network to help us identify areas for future improvements. In a few moments, I will speak in more detail on new Ways to Bus. To increase transparency and ensure easy access, key performance indicators will be posted on octranspo.com each month. Key performance indicators are critical as they measure how well we are doing and where we can improve our service. City Council will be notified once the web page is live. The first meeting of 2025 for the Transit Advisory Working Group will take place this evening. The working group will be discussing our website and customer communications, including recent campaigns. Our team will also be looking for input regarding website user experience improvements. This past Monday, we had the pleasure of hosting our annual Transecure and Safe Driving Awards ceremony. Thank you to Chair DeRoche, no, Vice Chair DeRoche, I would say, Chair Gower, Councillor Hill, Councillor Brockington, Councillor Carr, and Councillor Kavanagh came to the ceremony. Thank you very much. At this event, we honored staff who received Transecure Call of the Month awards and staff who reached safe driving milestones. Our staff members work hard to ensure our customers have a safe and reliable experience, and they are critical to our success. Operating a bus requires a high level of expertise. Our operators are highly trained, and they care deeply about what they do. There were 126 Transecure calls in 2024. In each of these instances, our operators saw something that was or had the potential to become a serious safety concern. They acted to protect our community. Since the program was launched in 1989, a total of 12,245 Transecure calls have been made by OC Transpo employees. We applaud this year's recipients. Next slide, please. Here's a photo of the recipients and honored guests in front of our beautiful New Ways to Bus community bus. Next slide, please. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, our bus network will go through a big change on April 27th. Over 100 routes will change, and almost every customer will be impacted in some way. The travel planner is now updated with final route schedules for customers, and the transit app will be updated prior to April 27th. The covers that are currently on bus flags will be removed up to 2 weeks before April 27th. Notices have been installed at all bus stop locations that will be decommissioned and at new bus stop locations. Information has also been shared with frontline staff to increase their awareness and knowledge of the system changes to help assist customers. Next slide, please. Our advertising campaign will continue throughout April and into May. Our mail-out has been delivered to every household and multi-residential unit in the city. Since early March, we have seen a significant increase in website traffic. That's a very good sign that customers are checking to see how their trips will change. To help students and parents, special school trips have been published in the travel planner on octranspo.com, and resources are being shared directly with schools. OC Transpo staff will also be at key stations to support customers during the first week of the service change. Next slide, please. I want to finish by announcing that as a thank you to our customers and residents for their support, there will be a free fare weekend coming soon. The free weekend of transit is being held to celebrate the successful opening of Ortran Lines 2 and 4, the newest bus network, and to encourage the residents and visitors to come out and try transit. With the new lines and bus service, this weekend will give everyone a great opportunity to explore our transit network and our city. All service, not only lines 2 and 4, all service on OC Transpo, including buses, trains, and paratransport, will be free of charge. I will provide more details to council, including the date, pretty soon. Thank you. Maintenant, je vais passer la parole à la chef
I'll
de la
now
sécurité,
give the
Madame
floor
Sylvie.
to the head of security.
Merci beaucoup, René. Merci et bonjour, Monsieur le Président et les membres du comité. I'm
Thank
pleased
you.
to be here with you this
I'm
morning
very
to
pleased.
present the safety data from our Safety Regulatory Training and Development Service Area. I'll begin by presenting our regular safety KPIs from the months of January and February of this year. Next slide, please. Les deux diapos qui suivent montrent les données pour les mois de janvier et février.
Here
I
you
can
have
bring
the
your
data
attention
for
to the
January and
top bar,
February.
we're showing our
Okay.
tracking of our employee occurrences in that bar chart. As you can see, we reported about a 19.3% increase as compared to that same time period last year. So that's 167 occurrences this year compared to 140 in that same time period last year. While it's not uncommon to see an increase at the beginning of the year, it's definitely an upward trend that we're monitoring very closely. The top 3 employee occurrences we observed during that time period were slips and trips, motor vehicle incidents, and stressful and traumatic events. The bottom bar graph, as you can see on the slide, shows our speeding infractions. That data is a notable decrease from that same period last year, so a 43.5% decrease. Although I'm very encouraged by these results, it's important to note that this data only reflects speeding infractions under the city's automated speed enforcement cameras, and it's not necessarily fully representative of all the occurrences of speeding by our non-revenue and revenue vehicles. Based on the results of our GeoTab program that monitors speeding and feedback that we've received from councillors, staff, and residents, my team and I recognize that speeding continues to be an issue. We're actively engaged in exploring new ways to mitigate and reduce speeding. It's been a big focus of mine so far this year. Some of these measures include, but are not limited to, reviewing and enhancing our GeoTab speed monitoring program. In collaboration with our Special Constable Unit, we're reintroducing regular radar speed monitoring and enforcement. We're expanding our Safety Blitz program and enhancing our communications campaigns. And we're exploring new ways to leverage the data, not only from the city's automated speed enforcement, but also our geotab data, to get a more holistic view of speeding enforcement generally. So I'll be coming back with that in a coming transit committee meeting. Next slide, please. Ce prochain graphique montre les taux de
Here you
blessures de
have the
clients.
customer injury rate.
The customer injury rate was 0.96 per 1 million customer trips. That represents an improvement over this time last year and is on track to be well below our SMS, our safety management system target, by 7%. In this data, we've seen the customer injuries most commonly related to braking, bus in motion, and slip trips, which is exactly consistent with the pattern we've seen over the last year or so. The graph at the bottom shows the preventable collisions that occurred in the first 2 months of this year. And as you can see, we've observed a significant increase in our preventable collision frequency this year compared to last. So far in 2025, transit vehicles were involved in 131 preventable collisions, of which 86 were logged in February alone. Although the review of the data did show that the significant weather events in the month of February accounted for many of those occurrences, weather was not the only factor in this case. As you can see, this is well above our safety management system target, and so we definitely recognize this is a concern we have to shift our focus to. I didn't want to simply just present the data to you today, but also the mitigation measures and the programs and strategies that we've started in 2024 and continue to work on to this date. So my team is managing a safety observations program and a safety data review working group. These two programs are working hand in hand together to observe, track trends, and opportunities for improvement in safe observations in the field and make adjustments real time and communicating those to staff and the outcomes accordingly to ensure that we're improving the impacts of these unsafe behaviors. The Safety Data Review Working Group meets quarterly to review and discuss safety data, including collisions, with the intent of identifying trends and corrective actions. This group includes not only stakeholders from OC Transpo, but also our partners in traffic services, Safer Roads Ottawa, and fleet safety. It is a very collaborative approach. My team also conducts a detailed safety investigation for all preventable collisions and works collaboratively with our fleet safety team in municipal fleet. The findings and corrective actions are shared with all the stakeholders and are monitored by my team to completion. One of the big initiatives that we started last year was our training team conducts not only winter refreshers as we've done in the past, but developed a controlled intersection awareness training program that's focused on driving behaviors exhibited around and around controlled intersections to try to take a proactive and safe driving approach in these situations. We're also conducting a robust left-hand turn study, as we've seen a big trend in our preventable collision data of accidents occurring while we're turning left. We'll continue to work on these initiatives and report it back to the Transit Committee as part of my safety KPIs. That concludes my portion of the presentation. Merci beaucoup, et je maintenant va passer la parole à mon collègue François.
Merci, Sabrina. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I'll start today with conventional bus and O-Train ridership results. So for the month of February 2025, ridership was 5.9 million customer trips, which represents a small decrease of 2% or 2.2% when compared to the same month in 2024. For the 12-month period ending in February, though, total ridership was 68.4 million customer trips. Again, 0.2% lower than for the preceding 12 months, but 5% more than for the same period a year earlier. Next slide, please. So before we move on to the rest of our regular KPIs, we wanted to briefly review the three indicators that we use to measure and report the reliability of our bus and O-Train service. When we monitor the overall reliability of our service, we're aiming to answer two questions. Were bus or train trips delivered as planned? And two, did these trips adhere to the schedule? Service delivery is the measure of what percentage of trips was delivered, and our target, as we all know, is 99.5%. When we're measuring the on-time performance of our service, we have two measures, regularity and punctuality. These are used to measure the on-time performance of frequent and less frequent routes, respectively. Regularity is a measure of whether trips are evenly spaced, and our target is 85%. Punctuality, on the other hand, is a measure of whether trips arrive at stops no more than 1 minute early and no more than 5 minutes late. And again, our target is 85%. It's important to consider all three of these indicators together when evaluating the performance of our service, as they complement each other and provide a more complete picture of its reliability as experienced by our customers. Next slide, please. So keeping in mind the definitions of overall reliability we've presented in the previous slide, we've regrouped the indicators we typically present at Transit Committee by mode. So here we'll start with bus service reliability on this slide. So starting with service delivery for a conventional bus service at the top, towards the top of the page, in March 2025, 96.9% of service was delivered as planned. That's the number in the top right of the page. This is 1.9% lower than for the same month in 2024. For the 12-month period ending in March 2025, the average service delivery was 97.6%, so 1.9% lower than our target of 99.5% and 0.5% lower than the previous 12-month period. So that's the indicators in the top left of the page. So now moving on for our measures of on-time performance, we can see that regularity for our more frequent routes, shown here in blue, in the blue line, was 82% in March 2025, 3% lower than the same month in 2024. Punctuality, again, our measure for less frequent routes, was 75% in March, also 3% lower than the same month in 2024. Looking at the left side of the page, we can see that the 12-month average regularity for the period ending in March 2025 was 82%, 3% lower than our target, and the same as the previous month. So the 12-month average punctuality for the same period in the bottom left was 74%, 11% lower than our target, and holding steady as well. So in the bottom right corner of the slide now, we have additional indicators for our less frequent bus service, showing the percentage of trips that arrived more than 1 minute early, that's 10% of all trips, and the percentage of trips that arrived more than 5 minutes late, and that was 16% for the most recent 12-month period. Next slide, please. Here, as always, we provide additional details regarding bus service delivery. In March, as I mentioned, 96.9% of our bus service was delivered as planned. That's shown in the large green column on the left side of the page. The chart in the middle of the page here provides a breakdown of the general reasons that service was not delivered. Starting from the bottom, 1% of all bus service was not delivered due to a lack of vehicle availability. Next, on-street service adjustments, shown in orange, accounted for just under 1%, so 0.9% of all service not delivered. This includes adjustments due to general traffic delays, construction detours, that sort of thing. Moving on, 0.7% of all service was not delivered due to operator availability. That's shown in green. And finally, 0.5% of all service was not delivered due to mechanical breakdowns, shown in yellow in English, blue in French. On the right of the page, we see the three routes which had the most undelivered trips in the month of March. These were in order: Route 88, Route 6, and Route 11. Those routes that are found on that chart are routes that run on the streets that have some of the most auto traffic congestion across the city. We'll point out that our colleagues in transportation planning are working on a study of active transportation and possible transit priority measures on Bank Street, which would help with Route 6, are progressing plans for a transitway on Baseline Road, and are looking in the Transportation Master Plan at where bus-only lanes can best help to improve bus service reliability and reduce transit travel times. Next slide, please. On passe maintenant à la fiabilité de nos services d'eau
We're
train.
now going to reliability of the O-Train service, the service delivery for line 1, 2, and 4. By starting on the service for line 1, for the 12 months ending in March 2025, the service delivery was 88.6%, 0.9% less than expected. In March 2025, specifically, the service delivery was 99.5%. That is a slight increase compared to the same month in 2024, but mostly we reached our target of 99.5%. 6.5% for March. You can see, and it should be noted, that the service delivery this winter was really affected by the snowstorms, especially in February. And for March, the service delivery for lines 2 and 4, it was 97.9%, so 1.6% less than our target.
Next slide, please. Nous passons maintenant aux indicateurs
And now we'll
paratransport.
go to the indicator for Paratranspo. For 2025, we were at 6,600 trips, so 5% less than the previous year. For the following 12 months, 858 trips were done, so 10% more than the previous year.
Moving on, excuse me. Moving on to Paratranspo on-time performance, the overall average is shown in the solid orange line, while the in-house minibus trips are shown in the black dotted line towards the highest line on the chart. And finally, taxi trips with a black dashed line. So we can see that generally, again, all three services have very similar on-time performance, but within minibus trips, slightly more on-time than taxi trips. In March, 95% of customers were picked up within their 30-minute window, the same as in 2020, 2%, higher than for the same month in 2024. Finally, for the 12-month rolling average, Paratranspo on-time performance was 93%, the same as the previous month. Next slide, please. Finally, we're providing here an update on the absenteeism of our bus operators, electric rail operators, and mechanics. So the chart here shows the overall average absenteeism by month over the past 13 months from March 2024 to, from February 2024 to February 2025. The bus operator absenteeism is shown in the leftmost column in blue. Electric rail operator absenteeism is shown in the middle column in orange. And lastly, mechanic absenteeism is shown in the rightmost column in gray. For bus operators, absenteeism in March 2025 was 16%, an increase compared to the same month in 2024, where absenteeism was 13.8%. Over the most recent 12-month period, though, absenteeism was 13%. That's seen in the top left corner of the slide here, which is an improvement of just over 1% compared to the previous year. So we're seeing improvements for bus operator absenteeism. For electric rail operators, absenteeism in March was 13.4%, lower than the same month in 2024, where absenteeism was 17.8%. Over the most recent 12-month period, ERO absenteeism was also 13%, just slightly worse than in the previous year, but more or less almost the same. Finally, for bus mechanics, absenteeism in March was 16.3% for the most, and sorry, that's February, not March, was 16.3%, higher than the same month in 2024, where absenteeism was 13%. Over the most recent 12-month period, mechanic absenteeism was also 13% and was showing a slight improvement over the previous year. That concludes my section of the presentation. I'll now hand it over to my colleague, Rami. Thank you.
Merci François. Bonjour à tous. Aujourd'hui, je vous présente une mise à jour sur l'état de notre flotte ainsi que sur le plan d'action pour l'entretien des autobus.
Today, I will present to you an update of the action plan.
Our conventional bus fleet now consists of 735 buses and 79 buses for Paratranspo. The oldest of our buses are just over 20 years old. And this year, so far, we have had to retire 18 of them. Last time we presented this chart, 55% of the fleet was above the 15 years expected useful life. By this time next year, every single articulated bus in the fleet will be past their 15-year life cycle and officially due for retirement. And the 78 double-decker buses will be the only high-capacity buses below retirement age. The fleet aging challenges we have been providing updates to the committee on in recent months stems from the original 12 months delay in the zero-emission bus program approval and funding, and the 6 months delay in implementing and manufacturing. This has extended our planned replacement of end-of-life buses by 18 months and continues to be extended by additional delivery delays that my colleague Dan Villeneuve will speak to later. By extending the lives of our buses past their expected end of life, we drastically increase the workload to maintain the set standard for buses to be in service each day. Not only do we find an increase in the quantity of defects during our maintenance inspections, but the defects that are found also increase in severity, which drives both the time and parts needed to put buses into service. Even with addressing defects during the inspections, we also see increases in the number and severity of on-street defects that pull buses out of service throughout the day. These can be smaller or easier to address items like a defective windshield wiper or bus doors not opening properly, but can also require lengthy repairs like chassis work or replacing engine components. Ultimately, the labor this requires to manage the increased workload exceeds the resources and staffing available to complete and manage all the repairs required. As a result, we have had to retire buses that we originally hoped to keep until the end of this year and reprioritize our maintenance regimes to put safer buses into service every day. Next slide, please. As my colleague Troy explained at the previous Transit Committee, this past winter has had a profound impact on meeting our bus availability. This is largely due to the sheer number of on-street defects that pulled buses out of service, as well as corrosion damage to the structure and wiring systems of much of our aging fleet. As a result, we have had to retire 18 buses that we hope to have in service to the end of the year. Additionally, the garages had to pivot their focus to faster or easier repairs and inspections in order to meet the daily bus service the best we could. The short-term strategy allowed us to maximize the number of buses in service during the winter months. However, it meant that a backlog of the major repair work has rapidly accumulated. Coming out of the winter, we have had to adjust our spring maintenance schedules to now focus on that backlog and be best prepared with overall fleet capacity for new ways to bus. Next slide, please. That said, a lot of work is still required to boost the number of available buses for new ways to bus. Despite onboarding a number of e-buses this past winter, the premature decommissioning has lowered our net active buses from 738 to 735. Of those 735, 39 require major work and will not be in service for some time, potentially never again. On average, we schedule 24 buses at a time to go through their regular maintenance inspections and 11 to go through their deep cleans. 20 on average are being serviced for less major corrective work, and on average of approximately 120 defects per day. That's 120 buses we have to take out of service to inspect and potentially repair each day. During the winter seasons, for reference, that number was about 150 per day. I'm sharing this information with you for perspective as to the current reality. In the last few months, we have averaged approximately 521 buses available for service, while our service requirements for April is a minimum of 540, not including training, special events, and spare buses. In order to address the backlogs and scale up capacity for new ways to bus, we are and will be required to put additional pressure on or overdrive our younger bus fleet more than we have originally planned. We have had to overdrive our younger 2019 Nova buses for the majority of their life due to the aging buses, which has been compounded by e-bus and stage 2 delays, as well as unscheduled events that require bus service such as R1. In 2024, the Nova fleet drove around 18,500 kilometers more than we had planned for, which translates to 20% increase in maintenance hours for additional preventative inspections. And at a whole, we are accelerating the depreciation of our Novas. Next slide, please. This slide is a visual representation of the overdriving on our younger Nova buses. Since fully onboarding these buses in 2021, they have regularly driven in excess of their 65,000 kilometer target. In the last 12 months, we have put on 30% more kilometers on these Novas than planned. Next slide, please. I've briefly touched on some of these actions already, but here's what we are doing to mitigate the impacts of the aging bus fleet and improve the consistency of our bus availability. As I mentioned earlier, we have shifted the operational focus of our spring maintenance schedules and have diverted resources to prioritizing the backlog of the major repair work currently making buses unavailable for service. As well, we are supporting reliability campaigns with our teams in engineering services to study certain buses or bus types experiencing repeat problems and engineer long-term solutions to address the most frequent issues. We are regularly monitoring the status of our older fleets for if and when there are buses to retire when they are not worth repairing. We continue to search locally and internationally for used buses that could be refurbished at a low cost, but have not yet been successful. We have also recently launched a recruitment campaign to hire approximately 50 licensed mechanics. to fill our vacancies and increase our working capacity. By sourcing from local talent, expanding the search nationwide, working with recruitment agencies and college outreach to attract 310T licensed mechanics. We continue to invest in our partnership apprenticeship program and are now studying the international market feasibility for recruitment. We're also working with the union leadership on retention strategies for our current mechanics. Everything we are doing today is focused on just keeping up with the day-to-day service requirements and maximizing service reliability, while we continue to look forward to the continued deliveries of the e-buses and moving forward with the procurement of up to 15 new diesel buses to add to our fleet. Above all else, this is the main solution for the success of the bus fleet. For us to be at a point to deliver a 99.5% service level, we must have both a reliable fleet and the right amount of resources to support and maintain it. As we have outlined in our maintenance action plan previously, we have been working on our long-term strategy to improve preventative maintenance. We have learned from our older fleet and are taking steps to reduce the impact on the younger Novas. Our plan is to ensure that we put in maintenance campaigns to extend the reliability of the Nova fleet, assuming that these buses will also be required to go past their life expectancy. These buses have shown great reliability thus far, and we intend to keep it as such in the long term. We continue to upgrade and invest in our systems and technology so that we have the best tools available to us, and we continue to transition to a data-driven bus maintenance service. Predictive maintenance is the way forward in this industry, based on what we're seeing from our counterparts worldwide. I also want to acknowledge that all of these reliability and bus availability issues are also being experienced by the minibus fleet for Transpo. As shown on the first chart, they have also surpassed their expected useful life and experienced similar reliability issues that affect the customer experience of our Transpo customers. Next slide, please. Sorry, previous slide in this case. Slide 20. That said, we are extremely excited to welcome the first 7-meter minibus for our Transpo fleet. This lead bus is still at the inspection stage, but we expect it to enter service in early May. Next slide, please. Here you can see the previous slide. Thank you. Here you can see the 7 and 6-meter buses beside each other, as well as the delivery schedule for when we expect to receive the rest of the new minibuses for Transpo throughout the year and into 2026. Thank you very much for your time, and I will now hand it over to my colleague Dan Villeneuve, who will update you on the zero-emission bus program.
Thank you, Rami. Bonjour, je m'appelle Daniel Villeneuve et je suis le gestionnaire du programme des autobus.
Hello, I manage this section. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the positive points of the program.
Update on the positive progress we continue to make toward transitioning our fleet of diesel to electric buses with a focus on the work and impact at the Saint Laurent site. Next slide, please. As Rami indicated, we have encountered delivery delays from both manufacturers, New Flyer and Nova, due to their passenger seat supplier. However, I'm happy to inform you today that our fleet of electric buses is growing with 25 electric buses in Ottawa, 18 in service, 7 in the commissioning process, and 5 remaining at the production facility in final fit-up with deliveries expected by the end of April. By the end of the month, we are expecting to have 30 electric buses in Ottawa, 114 in early 2026, and our goal is 354 by the end of 2027. The project team is also working with manufacturers to monitor buses in service and address any warranty items that we have seen, like auxiliary heater defects, charging inconsistency, and battery components. Next slide, please. On the screen is an aerial view of the Saint Laurent complex, our largest site, and over the next few slides, I will show the infrastructure work required to support our growing fleet of electric buses. Next slide. A lot of work is required before we can onboard and operate additional battery electric buses. This slide will focus on the work ahead of us and the impacts to our largest bus depot at Saint Laurent. Next. South Garage. First, we start with infrastructure work in our garage. The work consists of replacing end-of-life infrastructure like underground plumbing, floor drains, concrete work, garage doors, upgrading sprinkler system, structural reinforcing, paint, LED lights, and more. Once infrastructure work completed, we are ready to accommodate our electrical infrastructure. Electrical infrastructure to operate electric buses consists of new electrical rooms, step-down transformers, switchboards, battery packs, pantographs that connect to the buses, and a mile of conduits and miles of conduits and wires to connect everything together. Next. Next, please. Building an on-site substation, which is made up of transformer, switchgear, generators, will be required at the back of the property, and excavating our site to install underground electrical network made up of concrete duct banks, conduits, wires to connect and energize everything. Next. The North Garage. We will be doing similar infrastructure and electrical work as the South Garage. Next. A new building over our exterior bus parking. Next. Underground natural gas supply will be installed for the new garage and backup generators. Next, please. And underground services, water, storm, sanitary for the new garage. Next slide, please. And we also need to bring electrical infrastructure, or Hydro Ottawa will be bringing a new service to the property along Belfast. Next, please. So all of these works will have impacts to our site at Saint Laurent. In our new garage, we will be converting the existing bus parking to an enclosed parking garage. This building will be used to park 80 40-foot electric buses. We are currently in the design phase, with construction expected to start in early 2026 and scheduled for completion in 2027. Next slide. Impacts to Saint Laurent complex will be significant. The new garage site under construction alone will require roughly 90 buses to be relocated to other facilities, Pinecrest, Merivale, or industrial. However, once completed, we will see operational benefits moving forward. Next slide, please. In this slide, we are showing our high voltage maintenance bays currently in the final stage of construction. The mezzanine installed will allow staff to work comfortably at roof level to maintain battery electric buses. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to pass it over to Amanda Thompson.
Merci, Dan. Bonjour à tous. Over the next few slides, excuse me, I'll share some data points that we use to measure our external communications activities. OC Transpo s'est engagé à transformer sa communication
OC
avec les
Transpo
clients.
is about communication with their clients. Our objective is to ensure that clients have the information that they need before and during their travels, and this will improve the trust in service.
Improving our communications is a priority and is part of OC Transpo's 5-year roadmap, which one of my colleagues will speak about a little later on today. We've been making progress. Our work isn't done, but we have been building new relationships with stakeholders, improving how we use social media, making enhancements on octranspo.com, and leveraging new technologies. While we recognize there is more to do, we are starting to see some positive changes in our performance indicators, and I'll provide a high-level overview of some of those over the next few slides. Next slide, please. So to begin, I'll talk about some of the work we've done with our media partners. Our goal is to help build a stronger understanding of Ottawa's transit system through collaboration with the media. These efforts help to build awareness of the many services, projects, and improvements that our OC Transpo team is working on. When there's a major event, a winter storm, or a service disruption, our team is standing by to work with media partners to help answer questions and keep customers informed. The team has been very busy. Last year alone, they led 28 media events. This included daily media availabilities during trial running, a walkthrough of the Stage 2 O-Train West Extension Tunnel to highlight the construction progress, and a familiarization tour of O-Train Lines 2 and 4 at the opening of the line. It's also included working directly with reporters to provide a behind-the-scenes look at OC Transpo's operations. Some of those initiatives have included how our Transit Operations Control Center manages service during Blues Fest, and a look at our training simulators. So far this year, we've responded to 98 media inquiries in just the first quarter. We have many more exciting stories to tell this year and look forward to continuing to work with our media partners in 2025. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our media partners for their interest, collaboration, and help in keeping OC Transpo's customers informed. Next slide, please. Passons maintenant à nos médias sociaux.
Now let's look at our social media, which consists of X, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn.
In the first quarter of 2025, we continued to increase our followers to 106,368 across all of our channels. We have a healthy engagement rate of 2.75%, which is higher than the industry standard. Our social media accounts are monitored throughout the day, and in total, we have already made 3,105 posts in just the first quarter of 2025. This includes responding to inquiries that come through social media and providing updates on any upcoming work, detours, service disruptions, or new services. Next slide, please. OCTranspo.com is the primary source of information for customers. The graph on the left of the screen shows the number of unique visitors to our website. The light blue line is the number of visitors by month in 2024, and the red line is the number of visitors in the first quarter of 2025. Our website has seen a dramatic increase in visitors, with this quarter seeing on average 275,174 unique visitors, which is a 45% increase from the same time last year. This increase is being driven by interest in our lines 2 and 4 launch page that has had 560,000 visitors in just the first quarter. In addition, our New Ways to Bus page is also seeing strong interest. Since launching our customer information and marketing campaign in early March, we have seen visits to this page increase by 488% over the previous month. Nous sommes ravis de cette croissance et l'équipe web continue.
We are pleased at this growth, and the team is continuing to improve their work to facilitate the use for clients.
Our website strategy is focused on making continuous user experience enhancements to sections of the website to meet our evolving customer needs. We're paying particular attention to how information is displayed on smaller screens, as 2/3 of users access our website from a mobile device. With mobile devices in mind, we're also going to be refreshing the homepage to maximize the available space, placing the most popular pages at users' fingertips and placing more transit tools and news items at the top. We're also aligning our styles and components for a more modern and harmonious look and feel. As always, all of our changes will meet accessibility best practices. OCTranspo.com will continue to be a primary information source on all transit services for customers, and I know the team is focused on making these improvements. Next slide, please. Many of you have probably seen our outreach team in your communities or at one of your events. Last year, this small team supported 87 outreach activities. This includes customer support on the transit system during service disruptions or planned maintenance, our annual holiday food drive, community holiday parades, council and other community events, as well as local events like Canada Day and Blues Fest. This year will be particularly busy for our team as they are supporting customers, as they've already supported customers during the phased opening of O-Train lines 2 and 4. And for New Ways to Bus, we've confirmed 22 events at this point, with many more being finalized as we get closer to the launch of the new network and beyond. This work is important as it helps us reach customers in person in their communities with essential information on how the transit network is changing. As I wrap up this presentation, I just want to take a moment to say thank you to my entire team who have been working on many of the projects to support customers. Their passion for public transit, telling stories, and commitment to innovation and continuous improvement are what makes these initiatives and projects possible. Thank you. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to see the outreach team in Stittsville last Saturday, a very, very busy event for New Ways to Bus, and also at the Enviro Center Transit Symposium a couple weeks ago as well. So lots going on, and I think those outreaches are in most, if not, well, just about every ward, I think. Maybe not the rural wards as much, but it's good to see that engagement in the community. We do have one delegation before we get to questions for staff, and we have Kyle Humphrey joining us this morning. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning. How's everybody today?
Good. How are you?
I'm excited. There's so many new ways to bus, and Sens are in the playoffs, and but I'm here to talk to you guys about an old way to bus, a way to bus that's been around for a little while. Paratranspo has been around for some years, and it seems as though the updates aren't coming to the people. I received this in the mail the other day, and so far as I'm aware, Paratranspo's issue with sending people mail is that they weren't allowed, and I'm just wondering why I'm allowed to get the new ways to bus, but Paratranspo users aren't allowed to get their information. That's my first question. Second, I understand that some customers have been bringing up same day booking. I sit as admin on a Facebook page, talking about accessibility in the city, and many of the issues that come up are Paratranspo related. Same day booking / fit-ins, as the office calls them. They are offered as available, but they are not offered on the page officially. And I would like to see this be public. I'd like to see people have the opportunity to be able to pick up shifts, go out with friends, and that sort of thing. That leads me into my 24-hour booking issue. The fact that the booking office is open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. means that if someone calls me at 6 p.m. and says, "Hey, can we go out tomorrow?" Unfortunately, I have to rely on a fit-in. And that fit-in, again, isn't public. The fit-ins aren't something that people know about, and weren't included in the pamphlet with my face on it. So another issue, 90-minute window for picking up and dropping off between pickups. I'm just wondering why it still sits at 90 minutes, why it's been sitting at 90 minutes for years. That means that while everybody says, let's go for our lunch hour, it means a minimum of 2 hours for someone that uses Paratranspo, because they have to wait for their 90-minute pickup. And then it's possibly up to half an hour, maybe an hour to be picked up and dropped off. There's no service past midnight. There's no service between midnight and 6 a.m. And that means that Paratranspo users don't get to go out. They don't get to go out and enjoy the nightlife that the nightmare is taken care of. They don't get to enjoy the shows that people, they see me going to because I get to get into a friend's car. They don't get to go out and have all this fun. I recently had a show, and all of my shows end at 11:45 so that Paratranspo users can get to them. But at the end of the day, that's not what Ottawa's about. It wasn't what it was about when I was in college, and it's not what the city runs weekends on. Along with the new ways to bus, I noticed that there were a lot of KPI talk. So a lot of KPI talk, and there was a website or a web page that was spoken about. I'm wondering, will Paratranspo be treated with the same KPI information posted publicly, and will people be able to access these things? And then finally, the media attention for Paratranspo. I understand that a big chunk of your service does go to conventional service, but Paratranspo users continue to ask questions that people should have answers to immediately, and that's due to a lack of social media information, a lack of media information, and it shouldn't rely on a small group of users to continue to have to share that information. And whether I'm directing them to the website or I'm sharing unofficial information that is used within Paratranspo, is two different things. I understand that the office is doing everything that they can with the parameters that they're given, but at the end of the day, many of these issues are down to Transit Commission, Transit Committee, and City Council to change. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Kyle. You do have at least one question, and I think some of the issues you've raised around same-day booking and other service extensions or improvements, we will be covering a bit later today on our 5-year roadmap, and committee members may have some questions there as well. But Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for being here, Kyle. You make a big difference by coming and raising these issues consistently. So really appreciate your advocacy, and the service is getting, improved and better because of people like you coming out to speak on these issues. So don't stop. Thank you. I did want to just ask a question because I'm sure some of the different areas you raised will be raised by other councillors, but this term, committee and council made a decision to retrofit private taxis for more accessibility within private taxis. There was a conversation at the time that this could be something that's actually better handled and incentivized through Transpo, that they take it, Transpo take that on, run an accessible taxi service. I'm wondering your view on that issue. We've just spent a lot to retrofit some taxis, but Transpo, I think, is thinking about taking it in-house maybe in the future. At least that was a conversation at the time. I'm wondering your thoughts on that.
I think that would be a great idea. I think that it would have more accountability for those of you who got the information. I recently had an issue with regards to the tie downs in one of the taxis that I took a trip on. The tie downs were so oversalted that the front tie downs were not functional, and they weren't even on. I had to hold on, and for someone who's not quite as agile as I am, they would have been seriously injured. And the only way I was able to accept that, the only reason I accepted that was because I was already late for somewhere I needed to be across town, and the only reason that anyone would really put up with that is because they're late, and that's the service that they're given. I would like to see this in-house. I would like to see the swift action that was taken with this continue. There were great strides with that issue, and I know that if we bring this in-house, that those things won't happen in the future, and we'll possibly have a better service. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you, Kyle, for joining us today.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on to questions for staff from councillors. First hand up very quickly is Councillor Tierney.
Great, thanks. It's like playing Jeopardy, who can hit the button first. First of all, thank you very much for this conversation today. I think this is, we're really being honest now, which is good. I think that's great. We're being more transparent with the dashboard. So I'll just start real quickly with the electric bus program. I'm looking at the previous procurement schedule that was offered before, and it showed we should have 26 buses by now. We're claiming we have 18. I did ask you, Rami, the question yesterday, and you confirmed to me that there's 18 in service on the road. I've been checking because I believe the 2100 series buses are all the electric buses, with the exception of the different type of bus, which is a much greater number down the list. Would that be correct?
Thanks for the question. Yes, the electric buses are all the 2100 series.
Okay, good. So I've been watching because we have the raw data, and I just want to see when they're going in and out. And I've noticed some inconsistencies, but we'll talk about that later on. Just looking, knowing that even if we went with 18 as the number, it was supposed to be 26 at this point. So we're already 7 shy. And before Q1 2026, we're supposed to have an additional 80 buses. So would that be now moved to 87 buses? I'm just basing it on the information that was provided before, excluding what was there today.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. So the goal was to have 26 new electric buses to add to the 4 pilot buses that we had previously.
Yep.
The goal is to have them by the end of 2024. Working with the bus manufacturers, they've seen delays. Now what we've presented today, the 18 in service, includes the 4 pilot buses.
Yep.
There are 7 more that are in Ottawa going through the commissioning process. Some should be back in service by end of week. Some will take most likely 2 weeks to get in service, with the 5 remaining, 3 at Nova, 2 at New Flyer, to be delivered to Ottawa by end of month.
Right. So we're slippage wise, we're down 7 at this point. as of today. Do those 7 we anticipate will be made up between now or the next tranche that you guys provided? And I'll push this back out. Sorry, I thought we were going to always use the same slide, so I went with the one that we put out in March 5th. It says there's another 80 buses coming between September this year and the end of January 2026.
Yeah, thanks for the question. That's correct. The 80 buses that are scheduled to be delivered at the end of this year are still on schedule when we talk to the bus manufacturers.
Great. And those 7 that are missing right now, we'll see those made up between now and September?
The 7 that are missing at the moment should be received in Ottawa by end of month.
Okay, this is good. And I do appreciate the dashboard. I think it's valuable because we see the info. We want the buses here. We need them badly. The second question is related to the reliability of the electric buses. As I emailed you, Rami, I just happened to be at Gloucester Station yesterday, where I see, unfortunately, some of the 2100 electric buses on hooks a lot on tow trucks. There was one yesterday. Are we encountering issues with the electric bus fleet at this point? Anything that is known or we should be aware of?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Our electric buses are no different than any other buses. They have breakdowns. However, on these electric buses, the new Flyer buses, there's a known defect with the batteries that they're currently working on, and they will have to swap out some of the battery packs.
Okay. And I assume, is this under warranty? I assume this is no cost to us, and it's an identified issue by New Flyer, and they're doing their very best to provide us the new technology, software, or hardware for required batteries?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Absolutely, these are known defects. TTC are seeing the same defects with their buses. It's a cell voltage node defect in the battery packs. So they are swapping. It doesn't affect all of our 22 new buses, some of them. So they will be replacing the battery packs. They're also going to be replacing battery packs for other transit agencies. So it's a known issue, and absolutely it's all under warranty.
Okay, good. And I think that leads to the next series of questions is, we made a lot of decisions based on what we thought many, many years ago, where we had bags of money from the federal government coming to supply for these buses. I assume all the money is still the same. We still have it to pay for it. So it's, we have a lot of that assistance that's still there. But we base those decisions on the cost of fuel, a whole bunch of things, and we want to be a leading edge, make sure we're there. And it really hasn't panned out because now I think the delivery schedule is what's hindering us. And it's not just us, it's also Toronto. Toronto is way behind, miles behind as well. I appreciate we're looking at 50 new buses right now, diesel buses. I think, the plan B that we've been worried about for years, we're finally addressing. The used bus component, though, you're saying you can't find any. I've found some. We did this last term, I think. We were Googling and we found some buses. Are we looking for like a big number of buses? Because I found like 7 buses that are like, I'm not talking rickety things. These are like ones through agencies. So I just want to know, are we looking for one-off buses? Because we're really using the life of our new buses, as we indicated, much greater, and it has a ripple effect. So how quickly are we getting other diesel buses into the fleet?
Mr. Chair, when looking for the used buses, there are multiple things to consider, not just the availability, but also in what shape are they in. For the most part, in Canada, we're looking at buses that are retired around the same, are probably as old as our buses today. So we're really looking at ones that are structurally sound, but also would not cost us an arm and leg to just convert to an OC Transpo ready bus for service. Not every bus can share the same components and parts that we have.
Sure.
So there's also the cost of carrying additional type of materials and components that will become quite difficult to maintain, especially when they're older. They're hard to find in the market.
Yeah.
So bringing, for example, 7 or 8 buses, that will be a bigger headache than the ones we have. It's easier for us to just refurbish some of the older.
I just want to make sure we're not holding it for a big number of buses, because I'm looking at a 2011 Nova. I got news for you. All our tranches of buses are 21, 20, and 19 years old. They don't make parts for them anymore. This one is well within the range. So this is what I'm saying is, are we looking for individual buses? Anything we can get our mitts on right now?
That's right. So and we can definitely share some reports. We do go through every time we visit another agency and look at their buses, we do have a full report of whether this is the right approach or not. I think I know which buses you're talking about. Some of them I can't disclose publicly yet, just because we don't have the authority to talk about them.
Sure.
But we are investigating any possible lead we have. The one thing I can comment is that, for example, I did mention that we use buses for not just service, but training and special events. So perhaps if we do find some buses that are good enough for training, we don't have to spend on retrofitting them for, with IT components, with different seating and whatnot. At least we can use them for training on day-to-day basis. And so we can spare more buses for service.
Fair enough. And we would have to retrofit whatever bus anyway, really, at the end of the days. But I do understand your point. So I'll leave it at that. I just feel, Plan B we talked about for a long time. We've really been, now we're robbing Peter to pay Paul with our new buses, using more mileage. And I'm really hoping we can have some good news on that front, because for years, we've been talking about the ZEB issue or the electric bus issue, and we all wish it was there. But the technology isn't there at our front door right now with the change in a lot of what we see, our greatest investment in GHG killing. We got to focus on light rail. We know that. We want the buses to come in, but right now we have no, it's getting more expensive to keep operating the way we do. But I do appreciate the work that you're doing on that. And I'll continually watch those reports online, and fingers crossed, we see a lot more electric buses coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to pick up on the incentive-free weekend that you mentioned. So the first thing I wanted to say is thank you for doing that. It's something I've been asking about, I think, every transit commission, and it's the right move, because I think, everything the city has been through, the service has been through, people sometimes need incentive to get back on to try it, and then hopefully they stay once they see, okay, the service is going to perform for me. Though I might wish it was a full week, the weekend is a great start. So just some questions on it. Are we looking at it's all lines and buses, line 1, line 2, line 4, and the bus service?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And what month is it likely to take place? And are we looking at May or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking for a few things to finalize everything. So I should be able to come I think next week for sure to announce the date. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. As we heard, the Sens are in the playoffs. Great if we had if it's on a weekend where there's a home game or something like that. I take it we're going to be advertising this fairly heavily as well, because we really want people to join in.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then we're going to be tracking ridership, I suppose, on those days in comparison to other weekends. Are we able to do that when it's kind of open? Free service that way, or?
For the train, I know it's possible, but is it possible for the buses as well? For the train, it's easy.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, that's great news. I'll just make a plug. I know it can't be a full week right now, but if it could be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that would be excellent. You get one weekday in. We usually have fewer ridership and people on the roads on the Fridays, I've been noticing, with work from home and other things. So that would be great to see a weekend include the Friday. Thank you very much for doing that. I'm looking forward to more of the details. Picking up on Councillor Tierney's questions, I saw in the presentation we had 540 buses required for April service, and we're saying we're only going to have 521, and then there's going to be some hopefully stopgap measures where we can fill that in. I take it, New Ways to Bus starts at end of April 27th. So I take it that's not New Ways to Bus service. That's our old service, the 540 that are required, correct?
Mr. Chair, the 540 is the Monday to Friday requirement with New Ways to Bus.
Oh, it is with New Ways to Bus. Okay. Okay. And is that less or more than right now?
It's fewer buses than right now. Then the number will go down again for the summer without the school trips, and then it will rise back up to approximately that level for the fall.
Okay. Bus availability, as Councillor Tierney has mentioned, has been a problem for some time. It's not just the ZEBs, it's everything, right? So have we actually purchased used buses in the last couple of years, or we haven't gone there because of the issues you mentioned before, Rami?
Mr. Chair, no, we've never purchased used buses.
Okay. Yeah, and I like to think that it would be a stopgap if they can fit in nicely. And I guess it's kind of like finding, unicorn in that way where it fits in well, and it's something that we already know about and our technicians can work on. And I hope there are some out there that might fit in well, because obviously this is continuing to be an issue. And I saw the diesel articulated buses are we're buying new buses. Obviously, those are anticipated. That's also a bit delayed, is it, till 2027, or are those on track for 2026?
Thanks for the question. The current schedule is end of 2026 into 2027.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. The Transit Advisory Committee, that's great news. It's starting up. I'm wondering what's the governance on this? Like, how is it reported to committee, for example, or, are they inputting, making decisions? Is it a traditional advisory committee that we've got as a structure? Anything more you can give us on how transit committee will hear about their deliberations?
Chair, through you to the councillor. So the group has been constituted as a working group as opposed to an advisory committee. So it is more of an informal discussion. It's an opportunity for us to gain feedback and to bring discussions to them. So a lot of the focus over the last year was providing information to the members so that they can have sort of more nuanced discussions about transit operations. But we've made a commitment that if any decisions or significant feedback is brought forward by the Transit Operation or Advisory Working Group, that it would be brought forward by the GM for the committee's awareness.
Okay, just via memo or something like that in advance of meetings where there might be decision points. I know working groups in the past, for example, solid waste, excellent. They've worked very well. They've inputted into decisions prior to those decisions being taken. Staff have been able to adjust their approach based on the feedback of basically experts working for free for the city. So in this case, I'm hoping it's the same type of constitution that way, because it's valuable to have union representatives, valuable to have riders, obviously, and people that know the system and can give you feedback prior to, say, prime time when a report's released. Is that the intent?
Chair, through you to the councillor, I think it would be fair to say that we are looking at the examples of other working groups in the city, and as this is a new group, we're working with the members to determine the best way to have discussions with them and to see what kind of feedback we can receive. I think it is fair to say that they bring very useful perspectives. And I think we have brought a few updates through Madame Amilcar's updates to the committee that have discussed some of the conversations that we've had with them. I think, as the group evolves, so we were just talking about internally with my colleagues, the fact that two of the members have asked to be released from their obligations for the working group, which gives us an opportunity to have another look at who is coming and what sort of advice we're able to receive from them. So I think it would be fairest to say that it's in a state of evolution, but I take your comments, and I'm not as familiar with the workings of the solid waste working group, but I know my colleagues over there, and I'm happy to reach out and see what learnings and good practices we can incorporate.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Chair, just one more line of questioning. Councillor Brocky does motions at the end of our meeting, not part of this item, but there's a couple pieces in the presentation that I think relate to it a little bit. Service delivery and service reliability. Sometimes these seem to be interchangeable uses when the terms, but service reliability, just to clarify, it's made up of three measures: service delivery, regularity, I guess on-time performance for frequent buses, and then punctuality, on-time performance for infrequent buses. Just in the context of Councillor Brockington's motion, like how are you going to measure what is being requested there? Is it through these three measures, or is there something else that we would look at in terms of bus reliability?
Councillor, if I can, the version of the motion that's in the agenda has been revised. And it was revised in part to address your question, to be more specific about the measurement being sought. So we'll have more of that conversation later on.
All right, that's fair, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks for raising it. And on the Transit Advisory Committee, I've attended at least one, maybe two. I'll characterize a lot of the discussion for the members of the committee. It's a lot of questions about how OC Transpo runs. The conversation I was at, they had a lot of questions about how budgets are set and how financing and investments in transit work. And informally, I think some of their questions and suggestions have been adopted by staff in the way they update our committee. There was some feedback on KPI reporting. So moving the KPI or adding KPI to an online format, I think addresses some of the concerns there. So their feedback is being incorporated in a lot of different ways so far, and more to come. So thanks for raising that. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you and staff. Thank you for the presentation. Up until about 10 minutes ago, I was not aware that OC Transpo was advertising the upcoming public sessions on new ways to bus, which I'm very pleased to see that. If you go on the OC Transpo website, you then have to go to the New Ways to Bus link. And at the very end, it says, if you want to know, you click on this button, and then it displays all of the meetings that are happening across the city. Is there any way to give that more prominence? That's the top priority right now. That's the #1 engagement that we're doing. And given that, the scope of changes that are coming, I really want to make the public more aware of those meetings. So if that request can just be left with you, that would be great. Just with ridership levels and the data you've provided, last month I heard a comment in the presentation that the ridership volumes on lines 2 and now 4 are the same now than prior to the line closing down. And I just wanted staff to have an opportunity to comment on that a little more today to make sure I heard that correctly. I guess that's the first question. And if so, what type of analysis has OC Transpo done to explain why ridership really has not picked up on a line that we've added stations, greater connectivity, linked to the airport? So if I could get some information on that, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The ridership is generally on line 2 around the same as it was before the pandemic and before the construction project. So our initial observation is just that the new ridership from the new stations and the extension is approximately balancing out the ridership loss because of the working from home and associated changes in travel pattern. But those were in the early months. Since those numbers have been taken, we're up to 7-day-a-week service. Coming up in the next few weeks, we'll have the planned bus connections to the new line. And I think that will be the time when it's a fairer comparison of the complete project that Council embarked upon with the previous state. So I think we'll start to see that, but the real comparison will be when we get to September, October, when the new bus routes are in place, the service continues to be stable, and the universities are back in business at their peak volumes.
Chair, if I may, I think it's fair as well to compare the B2 with this current service with lines 2 and 4, and we have doubled the ridership from B2 to the lines 2 and 4. For sure, we can compare before the pandemic, which is not fair because we compare the actual ridership even with the conventional buses when we say 75%, etc. So if we want to compare peers with peers, I think it's fair to say that with the B2, it was half of the ridership. So for me, it's an increase in the ridership that we have since we opened lines 2 and 4.
Thank you. And can staff just provide, are we seeing growth from to and from the airport? Those numbers were, moderate at best. But what are we seeing in that regard?
We're seeing some increase in ridership, but we need to do more work to just to nail down how much of that is airport ridership and how much of that is more people going to and from the EY Center, and get a good comparison between ridership on the train, ridership on the buses. So it's up, but it's early to give a really clear statement of how much it's up.
And is all signage within the airport at the discretion of the airport? Is there any requirement for the airport to even have signage in the airport directing people upstairs to the station? Obviously, at the entrance to our station, it's clearly identified as such, but there's been some criticism that it's difficult when you're in the airport to be directed to the station. Is there any improvement that we can make in that regard?
Mr. Chair, yes, and yes. There are provisions in the agreement that the city has with the airport for the construction of the O-Train line that set out each party's requirements for many, many things, including signage in the stations. So there's some quite good signage now, but it will be getting better with new ways to bus, because at the end of the month, when the new bus routes come into effect, the bus stop where the overnight service will be operating will be moved so that it's much closer to where the entrance to the train platform is. And that means that there doesn't have to be any ambiguity in the signage that the airport puts up between go this way to catch a bus, go this way to catch a train. They'll direct everyone to the same location. And my understanding is that the airport is changing their internal signage in cooperation with our work to bring in new ways to bus.
That's good to hear. Thank you. I just wanted to transition to the mechanic issue, the shortage of mechanics. Again, I believe I heard at the last meeting that we were still short approximately 50 FTE in mechanics. We heard at the end of 2024 that your hiring campaign was more or less ended for mechanics and operators, the big push, yet we're still behind in hiring mechanics. We heard today that this is impacting the delivery of our runs. Buses are waiting longer to be serviced. What exactly is the plan to hire more mechanics to bring us greater stability for our bus service?
Mr. Chair, I believe last year the campaign was mainly directed to bus operators. We've been always looking at hiring mechanics, but it hasn't been a very successful campaign year over year, unfortunately. Pardon me. If I recall correctly, we may have talked about hiring the management team for bus maintenance, and we were successful there. However, when it comes to 310T mechanics, it's been a challenge for us, not just us, but other agencies across Canada and other non-transit agencies that use 310T mechanics. So we do have a problem, I guess, nationwide when it comes to finding trained mechanics. So that's why we have the apprenticeship program, which is good, but that's a solution that's going to be putting us in a better place 2-3 years from now, not today. So today we have Ms. McKenty's team, who's not here today, but they're on top of it. They're making sure that we're looking everywhere, including sourcing talent nationwide. So we're using experts in the field to look for and help us find this talent. We're also looking at promoting a better opportunity for people here in Ottawa, potentially in other provinces, and the final piece we're trying, and this one is going to be a bigger job, I guess, for us, is looking internationally at an opportunity to attract skilled labor. And for that, we need the help of the federal and provincial government, of course.
Can you just confirm the number of mechanics we're short? Is 50 an accurate number?
That's right. And that's between vacancies and actual resources we need to keep up with the work required.
Okay. Appreciate that and appreciate updates every month because I certainly see this as a critical need for us. Finally, my last question on this item is the delays in bus delivery. That was part of your presentation today. You referenced deceit issues, whatever the reasons are, but are we provided any type of discount on what we're paying for these buses because they are unable to meet timelines?
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. We're not paying any discounts. However, within the contract, there is a delay clause and liquidated damages, so we will be following the contract.
Vice Chair DeRoche.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I agree with Councillor Tierney's remarks earlier that we're being very transparent in terms of some of the challenges we are facing and going into a great level of detail in terms of the strategies and plan to address it, particularly with respect to the fleet availability. We have a motion coming up later, which is a fair question. What's the plan? So I think that will continue to be a theme at this table. Is we do face some challenges and we have some opportunities, but what is the plan? And please continue to get back to us with the work that you're doing to address these challenges. I'm sure we're all searching to see how we can boost the fleet, and it's not easy. I look at our current operations and I ask the question, where is our core mandate to deliver services? And I see the student transportation issues start to come up more frequently. And I ask the question, is this our core mandate that we're in the student transportation business when we are going through such a transformation? And we saw a media report just the other day, and I've heard from some residents who are being bused from outside the Greenbelt to Riverside, inside the Greenbelt to outside the Greenbelt to Riverside South. And the expectation there is that they have an express service with a 600 series. And I'm sympathetic to their concerns, but we don't have express buses for, our day-to-day passengers who use the service. So I'm wondering when we reached this point that there is this unwritten strategy of dependence on OC Transpo for student transportation. My twins attend the French system. I've never heard a complaint from the French students in terms of their access to yellow school buses to get to school. So I'm wondering if we can have some more in-depth conversations with OSTA and start to send the signal that really, while they have challenges, they need to fulfill their mandate to bus students when we're facing, again, the fleet challenges that we have. And I really worry about the younger buses coming in. They're being stressed, right? Because we have to roll them out. So could we just comment on the dialogue that we're having with the OSTA and their role in meeting their responsibility for student transportation?
Thank you, Chair. Last week and this week, Bart, Pat and I, we met OSTA, and I think yesterday we met the Francophone one, I don't remember the acronym. And so we are working with them. We're trying to see how we can help each other for sure, because, transporting the students, it's under their responsibility and it's under my responsibility as well, for sure, because we're public transit. So we are working together. It's not easy. And we know that every time that we have some centimeters of snow, the yellow buses don't show up. So most of the people will rely on OC Transpo. So we need to better plan those things. And we shared some ideas that I don't want to bring today because it's very, very at the beginning, but we are working together. I can say that.
Yeah, I appreciate it's complex. It just mystifies me that you'd have some of the distances that the students are covering. And I guess I long for the old days where, the schools were in the communities and, there was some commute to the schools, but they weren't, going from Riverside South to Barrhaven or going from inside the Greenbelt to outside the Greenbelt. There's some inherent challenges that I think the school boards are facing there. And again, I don't hear from the French board. It's OSTA complaints that I continue to receive. Admittedly, they're the largest, but I'll be following this dialogue closely. And I think they need some heads up that we're facing some real challenges and they will have to do, I think, better on their recruitment of drivers and the availabilities of yellow buses. And I think the parents, most of them would be happy with that. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just sort of going to go in order of the presentation because that's the order I wrote my notes in. The speeding information is interesting. Like there has been a decrease in ASE tickets. I'm guessing those are ASE tickets, right? Yeah, that was a nod. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there's been a decrease in ASE tickets, but there also has been a decrease in automated speeding tickets for the general population as well in February because of the weather. So it trends with the public. Right. Right. I don't want to give the impression, sometimes when we're talking about this, I worry that we're giving the impression that, operators are lead-footed speed demons, all over the city. And you know what? Some operators do speed, but sometimes, from my own experience, I know that there are pressures from scheduling, and that I know we tell operators, sometimes I know we tell operators that safety is paramount. You can overlook the schedule if you want, but there are many operators who want to still deliver that service for their passengers, me included back then. So have we looked at like certain, if there's any blips in the data in terms of where these speeding infractions come from, where the monitoring sort of shows if there's certain routes that require help, whether it's routes or parts of the city that require help with improving the schedule as to take off some of that mental pressure from our operators?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. So first and foremost, we absolutely do not train our operators to rush or to speed. There is no direction in training. They're trained to drive safely, as you said. So the data that we're working with right now, you're absolutely right. The one that I've been presenting is just the automated speed enforcement, the city's initiative, which is well signed. We're currently looking at enhancing our geotab program, and I think that's where the rich data will really come from. Right now, when we get complaints from certain areas, we use the geofencing as opposed to the geotab, which is less specific, but still able to provide us with some data. So my team does work very closely to identify like areas that are frequent for speeding. And that's why I wanted to make sure that I made the point clearly that we're not saying just because the automated speed enforcement tickets have gone down, that speeding is not something we're watching very closely. And my team works absolutely very closely with Pat's team when different areas are identified to make sure that there's enough time built in.
Okay, thanks. So then looking at is the collision rate, this is just a clarification question. The collision rate, is that a combination of revenue and buses and non-revenue vehicles, or is that just buses?
It's a combination of both, Chair.
Okay. And when it comes to the absenteeism, it's kind of, it's interesting to see that the average is just sort of the same across the board. So we seem to have an average absenteeism rate. I don't think it's fair to compare maybe to the more bureaucratic jobs like inside, but are we sort of on par in terms of absenteeism in the industry overall versus the city's other more outdoor frontline, not necessarily outdoor, but that type of work?
Mr. Chair, yes, I would say we are around the same average as other cities are seeing, which is about 12 to 13% average absenteeism. I can say that year over year, we're seeing a decrease in absenteeism, which is great. And that's due to a lot of work that our operations team is doing to ensure that our staff are showing up to work, showing up on time, and supporting them in different issues they're having in their lives. Of course, work-life balance is difficult in this industry, but there's a lot that we're doing behind the scenes to support that.
Thank you. Do we still have a lot of issues with hours of service spilling into, in terms of spilling into like the next day's run, where the operator's run has to be cut because delays from the previous day or because of the lack of available shifts for them to choose, pushes them past the 8-hour rest? requirement?
Mr. Chair, yes, and that's due to the implementation of the CLC break, the Canadian Labor Code. And so the 30 minutes break will add to that amount of hours you're referencing, Councillor. And so we do see that, but we do manage it quite well through booking regularly and through adjustments to the schedule with our planning team.
Okay. I'll move on to another topic. I'm sort of, you know, we look at the age of a large part of our bus fleet, and I'm glad that we've sort of moved away from buying 300-400 buses at once, so the fleet doesn't age at once. So I'm happy to see that we're sort of buying smaller orders of buses. When it comes to our Nova buses, I know we are sort of we're pushing them a little harder because we need them more. Has there been so far, has there been like a noticeable difference in the amount of times that was it the mean distance between failure, I think is the name of the stat?
Mr. Chair, yes, there's been a noticeable difference. It's been decreasing year over year. Now, this is normal for any bus type. However, our engineering team is on top of that. So we are slowing down that decrease year over year. We're still in a good place. I believe it's about 14 to 15,000 at this time, which is great for this particular fleet. However, we really need to maintain it at a good rate. So everything we're doing, and we'll be coming with more solutions for refurbishment in the future and ensuring that we keep up with them and not just take it for granted.
Yeah, and I think the effects of this will be felt long term too. So I hope there's a longer term strategy. So perhaps there's an opportunity, perhaps we'll need to in the future replace our Nova buses when they turn 15 instead of 18, right? It's so I hope there's a long term plan to ensure that our situation now doesn't get repeated, at least not in a major way like it's happening now. What's the so rolling into the electric buses, what's the mean distance between failures for our e-buses versus our Novas, just because of the youngest?
Thanks for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have the data with me today, but we'll be able to provide that.
Okay, if possible, but I'd be interested in that data. And my last question relates to lines 2 and 4. I know that because the service is a little less frequent, any sort of blips have a bigger impact on the data. Have you observed that all the service issues are the same, or is it a myriad of issues that have sort of come up? Myriad's not the right word because the service delivery is still pretty high, but are all the issues the same, or are they different when that have caused the missed service delivery on line 2 and 4?
Mr. Chair, that's a good question. Yeah, so it's early days still online. We're going through that period, but a few common trends have come up. Generally speaking, when we have some disruptions or delays, they've been related to a few isolated incidents or a few specific issues on the vehicles. Getting through the winter season, we saw some challenges with sanders on the Alstom Lent vehicles. We had some challenges with some snow buildup on top of the roofs, which was causing some failures. And then as well with some service impacts as a result of the switches and snow getting packed into the rods, which would prevent the tracks from moving back and forth. So we've got action plans for all of those. So those are the trends that have been identified so far. We've got good action plans working with our maintainer on those ones. So there's been a few common trends that have popped up. Primarily vehicle related and switch related, but we're continuing to monitor and working closely with our engineering teams to make sure that we stay on top of, any issue that pops up and identifying those trends and working with TNEX to develop action plans to address them.
Okay, and I think the fact that there are trends is a good thing, because then at least we can focus our energy on one or two things or the few things rather than the myriad of issues that could come up, right?
Chair, if I may.
Oh yeah.
I think it's important to be a little bit positive. Lines 2 and 4, we launched those lines January 6th this year, and we shared that 97.8%, I think, the service has been delivered. And we carried more than 15,000 people per day, including 1,000 on the line 4 that those people go to the airport. So it's very, very good. And it's a very, very, very young service, I would say, because we just launched the service. But I think it's positive to say that as well.
No, I agree. Like I use line 2. I haven't had to use line 4, but I use line 2 maybe 3/4 of the time I come downtown, and it's always been positive. Minor comment, the line 2 trains are actually a little too hot. But the heat is on a little too high, and when we're all dressed in our winter coats, it's it gets a little uncomfortable after a 34-minute ride. So no, it is positive. I do enjoy the experience on line 2. I just I'm also happy to know that there are trends that we have identified to try to fix, and we're not frazzled in terms of sorry, not frazzled. We're not sort of our attention is not completely all over the place when it comes to different issues. I close off with the comment like about scheduling. I do hear about it still, whether it's from residents who talk about buses sort of running late and then somehow getting to the end on time. I think, and from my former coworkers as well. I think there seems to still be a lot of work to be done on scheduling, both to improve the service delivery, but also to even address indirectly some of the things we've noted today, like possibly some of the preventable collisions wouldn't have to happen. The speeding can certainly go down, and I know that I hope that this is work that can continue to happen under the new network, so that we can sort of tell people, have something tangible to bring to our residents and transit passengers that, hey, we're removing a bunch of service. In our case, in Barrhaven, we're removing a bunch of service, but the net positive is that the service is more reliable. So hopefully improvements there can continue to happen. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Just a few follow-up questions to the presentation, and then some clarification. Thank you very much for the presentation, by the way, and thank you very much for putting those KPIs back in there. And I'm looking forward to those being put more transparently on the website as well. Actually, I should just ask Kyle's question with respect to para. Kyle was wondering whether the same level of detail would be made transparently available online as we are proposing for bus and rail.
Chair, thank you for the question. The intention is to provide the KPIs for para as well as bus and rail on the website.
Okay, I know Mr. Humphries will be watching that closely, so I'll look forward to hearing whether he's happy with that or not. So just a couple of quick follow-ups. The breakdown, you outlined 3 top areas of employee safety incidents. I believe that came into slips and trips, motor vehicle related, and stressful incidents. Do you have any indication of what the breakdown is between those 3 categories?
Yes, I do, Chair. Just pulling up my notes here now. So for those 2 categories there, so there are those 3 categories, pardon me. There was 20% with slip trip, 18% motor vehicle incident, and 13% traumatic stressful events.
Okay, thank you. Is the traumatic and stressful events number on the rise, or is that a reduction? Is there a trend?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I don't have that data with me to say it's on the rise, but I will tell you that in my last several presentations, it's always been in the top 3 categories. So I would say it is absolutely a trend. If you're looking for some more information, I'm happy to provide it.
I'd be interested, or even just in the next report, to give us an indication of what that longer term trend is. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You spoke to, I think Richard spoke to bus priority measures for baseline and bank in order to address some of the issues that we're experiencing with cancellations on Route 88 and Route 6, presumably due to road conditions. I didn't hear anything about Wellington, because the 11 is among the top 3 canceled routes. I'm concerned, and the community is concerned about New Ways to Bus adding an additional deek across, having to make that left turn across Somerset Street in order to get to Bayview and then back out again. It's another turning movement that has the potential to slow things down. Is staff looking with the city at how to move the 11 through that corridor more quickly?
Mr. Chair, we've been doing a very deep look at the operation and the challenges that buses on Route 11 confront as they make their way from downtown to Bayshore and back. We have a new schedule for the route that comes into effect at the end of the month that allows more time based on both the current congestion that we're seeing at many points along the line and also the additional time for the new connection to Bayview Station. We are partway through developing a briefing that we would like to bring to the councillors who represent the wards along the route with some possible consideration that we'd like to get feedback on making changes to bus stop locations, possible small transit priority measures. We're also, of course, looking forward, as everyone in the city is, to the completion of the O-Train extension to the west and removing all the many construction detours that are along Richmond Road as a result of that. So all of these things are things that we're working on or looking forward to. And of course, the opening of lines 1 and 3 to the west will also take a lot of pressure off Route 11 when the new stations at Sherbourne and New Orchard open and provide that link to the existing stations.
Okay. I'll look forward to getting that briefing. It's really challenging getting through, that Wellington West corridor. Getting across even the Parkdale intersection is sometimes a matter of waiting for a few light cycles. And I think we owe it to passengers to be relatively aggressive about measures to keep the buses moving through that corridor. Although I know we have a very limited geography in which to work on. We can't put priority bus lanes, for example, through the corridor. So thank you for that.
I can say, if it helps, we have some specific ideas on that area and that intersection.
Okay, thank you. I'll look forward to that. The adjustment to the spring maintenance structures to focus on backlog. What is the work that that won't get done or will have less of a priority?
Mr. Chair, it's the difference between what we were doing in the winter versus what we're doing in the spring is that we're actually targeting the work that needs to be done to secure this bus and increase its reliability. So for example, in the winter, we might look at a bus that needs 12 hours of work, put it aside, and try to get through the smaller defects on other buses so we can get them out in service. In time, the smaller defects will add up and we'll end up in a situation where, yes, we need to change all the brakes on this bus. So now we have to make another decision whether to do another 12-hour job or tackle another quick turnaround with a couple of hours, change the wiper, get it back on the road. So what happens is we start putting aside all the big work just to be able to continue servicing our customers. And this backlog creeps up. And then comes April, we're short in terms of buses available to us to be able to service on a daily basis. So what we do now is that we target the backlog. And so it's more of a short-term pain, long-term gain strategy, where now we're building our capacity. So instead of having 520 buses available to us, we can have 535. And every day we're going up with a steady number of buses available to us versus an unreliable amount. So I can have 520 in the morning, put on 540 for the service. By the time they're back in, now I'm short another 40. Now I'm back at 500. Instead, now we're steadily putting in 535. I'm averaging the number. It's slowly creeping up, but we're at a point now where we have a more steady approach to this, to the problem we had a few months ago. Again, Mr. Chair, during the winter, we have to balance between the customer experience and the backlog. And unfortunately, with the cold that we saw this winter and the storm, last thing we want our customers waiting for long periods of time at the stations.
So I'm just going to topple or bottom line that as short-term pain, long-term gain. So sometimes some of those short jobs, I just want to make sure I understood that properly. Sometimes some of those short jobs are going to take a back seat to the work that's being done by the mechanics on the bigger, more labor-intensive jobs.
Mr. Chair, maybe I can provide an example. So if we have, let's say, a light engine, we can either reset it and it will be okay. Sometimes it's okay to do so. It's not safety related, but sometimes because of the aging buses, we know that that could be something bigger. So with the engineering department, with the maintenance team, we will decide to have a full investigation, and that will become a very, very big job. So instead of having this bus available for maybe 1,000 kilometers, so we'll keep inside and work on it, and then maybe we'll have, I don't know, 5,000 kilometers. We will never have 50,000 kilometers for sure, because those buses are ready to be scrapped, as we know. So this is what we're trying to do. When Rami says, how do you say it? Long pain?
Short-term pain, short-term pain for long-term gain. Okay, thank you for that. The mechanics, so hiring an additional 50 mechanics, some of those are vacancies currently, but some of them are going to be incremental. What is there a cost associated with bringing incremental mechanics, and what is that going to add to the deficit that I expect we'll see at the end of year for transit operations?
That's right. There will be a cost associated to bring in the extra mechanics. However, this will be budget pressures for the years to come. I don't believe we'll have 50 mechanics this year.
Okay.
I think the vacancy right now is between 20 to 25. So if we get 10 by end of 2025, that'll be great.
Okay.
So the budget pressures will be for later on. We are currently using a lot of hours of overtime to compensate for the hours of service. But at this point, the cost of upkeeping the older fleet is creeping up on us for sure.
Okay. So a budget pressure associated with the hiring of, say, 20 or 25 mechanics that we'll see projected out in the 2026 budget. Okay.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Relocating the buses to other garages while Saint Laurent is under construction. I'm just wondering if there is an operator impact on that. Are they going to be more challenged to get to work? How is that going to affect the operators?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The goal is to move buses between now and the end of the year to other facilities. We're looking at potentially a 50% drop in buses at Saint Laurent. So that will have an impact on our mechanics. That will have an impact on the operators. It's hard to tell exactly the impact on the operators or mechanic depending on where they're coming from, but there definitely will be impacts to staff.
I just wonder how many operators and mechanics may have chosen where to live on the basis of proximity to work at the Saint Laurent garage, and whether we're imposing some kind of a drastic change on them in terms of travel time to get to the workplace. But it sounds like we don't know.
Mr. Chair, we can share the numbers. We have it planned for starting in June, so that we are incrementally changing the allocation of buses and operators. But yes, it will be quite the large impact. We're going from the largest garage being Saint Laurent to now potentially the smallest. Technically, yes, it will be the smallest for the next 2 years. So most of the pressure will be moved to the west end and our industrial garage.
Is there the potential we might need more? And sorry, I don't know. Do we have work buses that get operators too? So are we planning for the potential to have to supplement that service?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have work buses. We try to use vans as well, and smaller transportation vehicles. And so we will do some of it. However, through the booking process, when an operator selects their shift, they also select their location. So the location will now be based out of the west end for many of them. When I say the west end, pardon me, it's Maribel Garage on Colonnade.
And Chair, I think it's fair as well to say, because you bring the question here, the mechanics, they are not happy with that for sure, because most of them have chosen to work at Saint Laurent Garage for reasons, and maybe they have been there for 20 years, and now they have to go either to Indy or Mirabel or Pinecrest Garage, and they're not happy for sure, because last night I visited the night shift and they said that to me. And 2 days ago I was with the day shift and they said the same thing. I know they were speaking together for sure, which is great, but they are not happy. And that's why I was there to just to support them, to say thank you to them, to explain as well that we have to do that, right? It's a decision that we have taken to move with the diesel from diesel to e-buses, and we need to make a change our garage to be able to do so. So that hurts them, definitely, yeah. And we're trying to speak with them to explain the why, but at the end of the day, their life will change, absolutely.
I do get the need for the change. I'll be curious to hear more in the coming weeks about what can be done to mitigate the impact on those employees. But I do understand that we've got to build a new garage at Santa Rosa, so there's going to be some disruption there. I have one final line, Chair. So I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm very, very concerned, particularly today in light of the excellent chart that you gave us with respect to our fleet condition and where that's going. The availability of buses is it's keeping me up at night. Especially as we get into the fall season. So I just want to make sure I understand where we are today. We're about 20 buses short on average to deliver the service. But the new ways to bus plus summer schedule with reduced schedule will reduce that gap. Can you give me an idea of what the reduction in gap is?
So I'm sorry, I'm just checking some of the details here. Mr. Chair, the numbers you saw are the gap that we expect once the new ways to bus schedules are in, the gap being in the 20 range. The current gap is higher than that with the current service. The new ways to bus service is, because so many people will be moved over to the train, requires fewer buses. So the numbers you saw were the gap for the spring.
Okay. How many buses are going to come out of service over the next couple of months?
Mr. Chair, that technically should be none. We're not planning to take any out because of our net numbers right now. We're -3, so we're receiving every time we receive an e-bus, we plan on putting out of service another older bus. However, the 18 that we had to retire were done because our hands were kind of tied. Unfortunately, the winter was quite rough, and I can remember 6 of them were retired just after the 2 back-to-back storms.
Okay. But the good news is that over the course of Q2 and Q3 of this year, you're expecting 61 ZEBs to come in.
Thanks for the question. So our procurement schedule, 26 to be delivered in the next few weeks or by end of April. The additional 80 buses will start rolling in Q3, Q4, and Q1 of 2026.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. I may have read the chart too quickly. Bear with me, Chair. I apologize. What page is that on? Oh, here we go. So in Q2 of 2025, this chart says we'll receive 30, and Q3 2025, it says 31 on page 24 of the presentation.
Yeah, that's correct. So we should have 30 battery electric buses in service shortly. So by the end of Q2, we'll have 30. And in Q3, we have 1 more additional bus that'll show up, and that's the September date. And then Q4, there's a significant increase, followed by Q1 of 2026 additional increase.
I'm glad I asked. I misunderstood the chart. So a gap of 20, a reduced requirement as a result of summer hours, and the delivery of 31. So it sounds like we should be able to deliver the service that we promise in September when school resumes.
Mr. Chair, if everything okay, yes, we will continue to maintain the aging fleet, and fingers crossed that we will not need to retire some of them prior receiving the e-buses.
And that's, I'm still worried that while you're telling me, or I think you're telling me that the number of buses to be retired isn't going to go up anymore, that we're going to continue to find defects in the existing fleet and have to retire more buses than we're expecting.
Mr. Chair, the fleet has to go through multiple inspection points throughout the year. There are major inspection points which are mandated by the MTO. Those are the inspections basically where we check the full structure of the bus, and if it's structurally not safe to continue operating it, we will not put it back on the road. And so in a lot of cases, it's due to inspections. We know generally during the winter months, that's when we see most of that increase in buses that have structural issues. However, unfortunately, there are accidents that may happen. We could review the cost of repairing the bus versus the age versus other issues that we had to address in the first place. And based on a formula we put together, if it doesn't make sense to spend the countless hours to repair it, we won't, and we'll put aside. So part of that list that I showed, there were 39 buses that we call them major 30+ days of work. Those are the kind of buses we're talking about. So we have to make the right business decision to balance between repairing the buses and putting them aside, waiting for the e-buses to come.
The margin is razor thin for being able to deliver service in September. I'm not hearing anything today that gives me confidence that we are going to be able to procure the buses that would give us the margin. I don't know what kind of confidence you can give me at this point that we're going to be able to find used buses.
Mr. Chair, we're still trying to find old buses and to see if we can bring those old buses. Hopefully they will be more reliable than our old buses. So this is where I can see the light. Otherwise, we'll continue, as my colleague said, we'll continue to do a maximum with the employees for sure, and to make sure that we secure the service.
Okay. I'm concerned. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your indulgence.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Amanda. I appreciated your comments about the outreach team. Certainly, they were in Barrhaven a couple days ago, and they did a fantastic job. We had a really good turnout from folks in Barrhaven, and I'll be honest, it was the whole spectrum. We had folks that were just living in the area that were concerned. We had some people that were angry about losing express buses. And what I could say pretty consistently across the board is that those folks that arrived, they left in a better place than they arrived. And I think that's a measure of the logic and the communication strategy that you have, because it's not as though this is a delivery of good news. This is a delivery of a change. And a lot of people are concerned about that change, and we need to be just honest up front. And I thought that they did do a very good job. So I just wanted to give some appreciation for that. I'll follow up a little bit on the response that you gave Councillor Brockington about the shortage of the maintainers, because that is a concern to me. I'm assuming that we have like an authorized strength in terms of operators, in terms of maintainers, a number of people that you can hire up to, or something that resembles that. And clearly, from a maintainer's perspective, that's the most limiting factor. Can you speak a little bit to your other components, like your existing bus drivers, your Confederation Line electric bus or electric train drivers, and the progress on the diesel operators as well? How are those progressing in comparison?
And Mr. Chair, in terms of the, I'll focus on the rail side to start. The rail operators for line 1, we're in the process of doing our final recruitment and training up all the required staff for the TNC activities for the Stage 2 East expansion. So we're in good shape there, and everything's lined up. We're still with respect to lines 2 and 4. We're still finalizing, going through the training for the DROs on that line there. That work is continuing. And, just similarly like we experienced on line one, the first year there's a higher level of attrition and turnover, and we're experiencing that right now as people move on to other positions within the organization. There is that sort of fluidity in that first year of operation, but we've got sufficient numbers right now for the line to run the 7-day service, and we've been seeing that in our reliability scores in what we've achieved. But we are continuing with the training to get to that point where we have a really solid number of people, including spares, so that we can deal with any sort of fluctuations in our staffing. With respect to the controllers too, both on both lines, we're well suited with our number of staff for the controllers, but there is ongoing training development activities going with the staff that we have there, and that will be something that will continue and won't end in the short term.
To speak specifically to the maintenance staff, I know we talked a bit about recruitment. Is there a process with which there's kind of a career progression construct within OC Transpo where you can start out as a bus driver and then you're like, hey, I'm really handy with changing my oils and I want to get some specific training and upgrade and become a maintainer? Is that an option internally as well to kind of grow our own force?
Mr. Chair, the best program we have that's, I guess, with a similar concept is the apprentice program. And that's a really good apprentice program that my colleague Sabrina and her team has presented in the past. The program does encourage OC Transpo employees that are generally called I'm trying to find the right terminology. It's garage attendants, technically. So a garage attendant is basically someone who works in the garage and supports service. So fixing minor things in the buses, changing oil filters, wipers, and they support mechanics so they can learn from them a little bit the trade, and then they can apply to go through the 310T course through the apprentice program. It's a 3 to 5 year program. We have some people in it, some that are external licensed 310S mechanics, so those who can work on any vehicle that is not a truck or coach. However, to get the truck or coach license, you would have to go through the course and college and challenge the exam.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. On the reliability chart that you indicated, I think it was about a third of the way through the presentation. How does that, when you calculate that, how does that account for canceled bus trips? For example, are they included in the calculation or are they not? And how does that fit in with the overall numbers?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So the way that the indicators have been presented this month, so we have all of our measures of reliability, and again, I refer back to the triangle that we've shown, where we really are taking 3 measures into account when we're speaking about the reliability of our service. So first is the service delivery, and that speaks to cancellations. Service delivery is a measure of what percentage of all of our trips were delivered as they were advertised, on our schedule. And then in conjunction with that measure, we also measure and report now on the same page measures of on-time performance. And that's where we've got kind of 2 different ways to measure more frequent service due to the kind of the how customers perceive it, right? So with frequent buses, are they regularly arriving, evenly spaced? And for less frequent services, did they adhere to the schedule? So, I looked at my phone, the schedule of the bus is supposed to be there at 12:05 and it arrived at 12:06. It is punctual. So those are the 2 measures there. So that's how all of those 3 things fit together. So to come back to your question, yes, the cancellations are captured in how we are presenting reliability.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the procurement for the e-bus program, I'm sure that the trade issues going on right now, Canada, US, are going to impact on parts and such. I think it affect everything. But I guess my specific question here would be, have you looked at some key areas of risk in our long-term procurement strategy here that could throw us completely into the boonies? Obviously there's going to be some minor adjustments, but is there anything that you're looking at that could potentially take this program beyond minor adjustments and into a very dangerous place?
Chair, If I may, Councillor, I will refer to my colleague Cyril because we had this discussion last week, and he will provide a fulsome answer at FinCorp because it's not only for OC Transpo, it's for citywide. So he will provide this answer.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. With regard to the construction of the new barn at Saint Laurent, I guess one of the concerns, I know I raised this before, but it's about safety, it's about building code. It's, we got a ton of electricity that's going to go through that thing now. And I could only imagine that this is some kind of exemption to fire codes, or there's some kind of new view to look at this, because this is not like a 100 amp service in a house. This is like you've got your own systems on site. So just from a fire safety perspective, structural fire safety code perspective, can you, I guess, reassure me and identify to me how that has been reconciled so that we're able to safely operate within there, and not just to operate safely, but should there be an incident, should there be a fire, should there be something, that there are the adequate mitigations in place in order to ensure safety and minimized risk.
Yeah, thanks for the question, through you, Chair. So obviously, everything that we're building is built to building code, fire safety, especially with these battery electric buses. Our safety is our #1 priority. So there's a few things that we've done, no particular order. So one, obviously, we have a fire safety working group. So we have infrastructure services, we have building code, fire services, and OC Transpo. We meet every 2 weeks to talk about any challenges or concerns that we have. And all of those items are brought forward into our design. To speak a bit about the design, we are increasing our sprinkler system. So the garage as it existed today, the sprinkler system in there met code for our diesel buses. It's the same code for our battery electric buses. However, what we've done, we've made a decision to proactively increase the flow of water. We've also looked at how many buses are parked in a specific area. So we're separating our parking lanes and have firewall or fire separations between a maximum of 32 buses. So 3 lanes is the most that we have. The majority are around 24 buses. So should there be an event, hopefully there never is, we're limiting that impact. Buses themselves have thermal safety management systems on them. So if the batteries were to escalate in temperature, we have warnings that are triggered on the bus, so our operator in service would see that. And it also sends an alert to our control room, so we could respond accordingly. We've set up a quarantine zone at Saint Laurent, which is away from our buildings. So should there be a bus that we believe has a concern, we could park it outside away and then monitor that bus properly. And when it comes to the maintenance side, we are dedicating specific maintenance bays for high voltage work, which is outside of the general repair. So you're doing your tires, your brakes, and so on. So that high voltage maintenance bay, currently there was one that was set up for our 4 buses that we had. It's a separated, dedicated bay that has all the right proper safety equipment, defibrillators, and so on for maintaining that buses or our electric buses if you're working on high voltage. And as part of the program, we are renovating an area that should be completed shortly. That's at the back of our garage. That's the last picture that was on the presentation, as a mezzanine that we're building. So maintenance workers, trainers could more efficiently, and I wouldn't say safer because our area is safe, but easier to maintain your buses at height.
Dan, I appreciate that. And I can tell you've taken this extremely seriously, and that's important for sure. You said that the code for the water sprinkler system in the new structure is the same as the old system?
Correct. So the building code as it's written today, our existing garages that we have are built to code for our diesel buses. It's the same standard for electric buses.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'll probably take that up then with building code, because to me that is a bit concerning, because I know, when you look at the potential fire impacts for a lithium-ion battery system, especially with the potential for chain reaction, if you have buses close to park it in proximity, I would think that there would probably be a need for a more aggressive code structure, but that's not a question for you, but I appreciate it very much. it looked as though what you're removing from Saint Laurent in order to install the new garage is parking, I'm assuming? Is that going to cause an issue, whether it be for busing systems or for personal parking? Is there an issue that's going to be created from the construction of that garage?
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. So the area that the new garage will be built on is where we currently park our diesel buses outside throughout the year. So during the construction, obviously, there will be an impact to the buses that could operate out of there, so that they'll be moved to other facilities. In that exterior parking, currently 90 buses, and our new garage will be 80 40-foot buses.
Okay. And I think my final comment I'll make is I do want to say thank you to the OC Transpo management team for the decision, I think, to delay the new ways to bus. I know originally it was tied with a tether to, I think, 3 to 4 weeks post activation of the Trillium line. The decision was made to postpone the new ways to bus until after the winter. And I think having gone through, some of the snowstorms that we've had and such, and some of the risk and vulnerability that we would have put some of our transit riders in, I think it was a good decision. I just wanted to highlight that. So thank you very much. And that's all my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Really quickly, there were in the top 3 canceled routes totaled something like close to 1,400 cancellations in March. What's the total number of cancellations in March?
Chair, I don't have that in front of me, but we can probably get it quite quickly.
I'd be interested in seeing that and potentially by the end of this meeting, if you're able to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much. I wasn't intending to come back on, but I guess I did. When we're looking at the cancellation, sorry, not the cancellation, when we're looking at the punctuality data for the less frequent routes, the routes that run every, 16 plus minutes, does that include trips that have been actually canceled? Because in my mind, I'm thinking, sure, 72%, whatever the number is of less frequent trips on less frequent bus routes are arriving. But do those include the trips that are actually canceled that are not going to come anyway in the system?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So no, the punctuality is measured only for the less frequent routes. The punctuality is measured only for the trips that operated. So we're measuring things that happened. So that comes back to what we were saying about ensuring that you look at both service delivery and on-time performance together when you're looking at the overall reliability of, be it a route, a specific trip, all of our bus routes, et cetera. Always, and when we're doing that internally and investigating why a certain route is not reliable, again, we're always looking at all of those things together, right? It's a toolbox, right? Come back to the question, no, the trips that are not delivered are not captured in the punctuality measure.
Okay. Like there are a lot of transit passengers out there who are very savvy and checking to make sure that their trips are not canceled. But there's also a set of transit riders who are not, who can't, or because they are coming off a transfer and they're there anyway. I would posit maybe more of an idea than a request to you. Right now, I'm imagining the punctuality data as like essentially a yes or no data point, right? Yes, it was punctual. No, it was not punctual. I think it might be worth including something like the trip was canceled and therefore it's a value of 0 and therefore it might drag down that average. More of an idea than a request, like try it out maybe once sometime in the next little bit. And then further going on the data, I'm curious about, I've had a lot of comments from residents over the last month and a half or so about, specifically cancellations on the Route 74 in the morning. And if this is not a question about the 74, but the context is with the 74. So, if you looked at the cancellation rate of the 74 for some of the morning peaks, and then we go to them and show them the 96.9% delivery rate, they're gonna think we're just misleading them or making up our data. So I'm curious if like we could, if there is even a chance of further breaking that down to just look at Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, except March break, over the last month to see the rate of trip deliveries. Because with the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because Mondays and Fridays typically are sort of outliers in terms of weekdays. But is that something we could also look at, maybe even if it's just sent to us as an email or a memo later on?
Chair, maybe before answering this question, I would like to take a moment to say that, and this is a good point that we bring, because on transit, for the bus side, when we deliver 96, 97, even 98% of the service is bad. And I said that when I started here in October 2021, in February 2022, I remember that Councillor Kitts had a question because we questioned exactly the 96% at that time. And I said that, and I say it again today, it's very bad. That's why when we compare with best transit around the world, we need to deliver what we plan by 99.5%. That will not happen overnight, unfortunately, for a variety of reasons. And I think we have shared many times a lot of data here, so now you're more familiar with those. So when your resident says 96%, are you sure of your number? It's bad, it's not good. At school it was very good, but not for transit, not for buses, definitely not. So I think you should refer to this person to say, we're looking for 99.5, but we have a lot of things to do to be able to do so. But we know that 96, 97, even 98, it's not good. Last year we finished with 98, which was great when we compared to the previous years, but it was not where we want to go, and where we want to be, I would say, and we're working on that. That's why we're sharing a lot of info with you, etc. So we're educating the counselors to make sure that we are at the same page, so we can understand the same thing. So 96% is not good. The goal is 99.5. That will not happen overnight. We have a solid plan to be able to achieve that, and then we will work on the quality of the service. This is where the punctuality will enter in effect. Frankly, today, I think the customer preferred the bus to be late instead of there is no bus, right? So even if I have 100% of punctuality today, if I don't deliver what I planned, people will be mad, and the bus will be late regardless, because we'll have a lot of people that will take this same particular bus. So it's important to have sufficient buses. We have to deliver those buses, and then we have to work on the punctuality and the cleanliness. Those kind of things will come back later, but deliver the service, be punctual.
No, that's all great, and I do appreciate like all the information that you've been bringing to committee since this term started. I think, I think I looked back at some of my old notes from previous meetings. I've asked for further breakdowns in data for like probably 4 or 5 times, and this is going to be number 6. I've never gotten 96.9% in school, by the way. Yeah, no, I think it would be a nice thing to look at for us, at least like, and even if it's just for transparency's sake, to look at the 3 Tuesdays and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays that were in March, except March break, to just sort of see what that weekday delivery is like, because like like Renee said, 96.9 does mask a lot of things, but we might know this, but the average passenger sees 96.9 and think, oh, good. 96.9 is very good, and then they're out there every day, and the 718 bus doesn't show up. The bus that they normally take doesn't show up, right? My wife has had to take an earlier 74 now because of that. So I don't know if that's like a direction, or if I could just request it just like this, like if we can get like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday thing based on trips delivered, just for March, like the data that you have there. I'm not asking for anything new.
Chair, yes, we can provide that. It's not something I have here, but we can certainly look at just those 3 days and what the service delivery rate would be.
Okay, thank you. And probably just an email or a memo or something. It doesn't have to be anything huge. Thanks.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick point. What the discussion this morning and past discussions have unveiled is that there is the opportunity for confusion when we talk about reliability statistics. Reliability is the header, and as we've heard, it's broken down into various subcomponents, and the delivery of service, as Madame Amcar has just reinforced, is different than on-time performance. They're two separate metrics. They're not to be mixed because they're two separate metrics. They're bananas and oranges under the header of reliability. They're both fruit, but we're talking about reliability stats. And the challenge to date is we've established targets for both, but no timelines or roadmap about when and how we're going to achieve those. So for the online performance, there's a motion that's coming. We'll talk about that today. We all agree that we want to get to the targeted levels for both delivery and on-time performance, but we don't have a clear understanding of the path that will get us there. And that's very important for this commission to oversee. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. So thank you, staff, for the update and for answering our questions. We're going to move to the next report, which is the Light Rail Regulatory Monitor and Compliance Officer Annual Report. We're going to take 5 minutes because we have a wholesale change in personnel presenting. So 5 minutes, very quick. We will restart at 11:57. All right, we're going to get started as soon as we can. Okay, so we are going to continue with item 5.1. This is our annual report from our light rail regulatory monitor and compliance officers. So we're welcoming Sam Barata here on his yearly visit and update. Sam has a detailed presentation going over the findings of his work over the past year. And we have a number of other OC Transpo staff and city staff. Wendy Stephenson is here, Renee Amilcar and Sabrina Pazian. And from the Infrastructure and Water Services Department, we have Tammy Rose, Sue Johns, and Scott LaBerge. And our Chief Procurement Officer, Joanne Graham, is online as well. So if any questions come up after the presentation, lots of subject matter experts available to answer. We have no delegations, so we'll go to the presentation and then follow that by questions for staff or for Mr. Barata. Mr. Barata, welcome. Thanks for being here, and the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you for having me, and good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Transit Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an overview of the 2024 Annual Compliance Report. Mr. Chair, we have slides which provide a summary of the regulatory monitoring activities performed in 2024 by the RMCO, which should take about 30 minutes, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have at the end of those slides. So unless there are any questions, we'll move straight to slide number 2. And we have both the French and English versions projected. Alors, nous allons passer à la diapositive numéro 2.
So let's go to the second slide that that shows us the content that we're going to review today. The slides summarize the annual report that was published last week. And considering the technical content of this report, I'm going to simplify the content of these slides as asked to me by the committee 2 years ago. So what you'll see here are figures that have been simplified based on the report, just like we saw in the past, because it's a technical report. So I'm going to review this material. I will do this quickly for some slides at least, given that we have a limited time, but it'll be my pleasure to answer any of your questions at the end of the presentation. So the slides begin with the context, the regulatory concept of the Confederation line, and goes over the mandate of the agent, and then talks about the activities that have been completed in 2024 and the observations for the 2 sectors that were monitored. And we're going to conclude with the corrective measures that follow the observations. And we are on the right slide here, number 3. This gives you an overview of my experience.
Version anywhere? Is it okay? I guess We're working on it. Okay, great. So I've been RMCO with the city since 2018. And as you know, the first task was to prepare the work plan, which was approved by City Council in September of 2018. This was followed by revenue service in September of 2019. And as you know, the RMCO started the monitoring work after revenue service. In terms of my experience, I've been working in the railway sector and transportation for more than 40 years, of which 35 years were at CN Rail, from which I retired as Vice President of Safety and Sustainability. And my experience took me across a number of operational and staff positions in several locations across Canada, including responsibility for commuter operations, as well as responsibility for safety, operations, regulations, auditing, and extensive dealings with the regulator. We'll now turn to slide number 4, please. We still... Should we wait a minute to get slide number 4? We're in slide number 3 here.
I see slide 4 on the presentation here. So
Okay.
maybe it's not on the
right
screen.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
you can
got it,
proceed,
yeah.
Sam.
Okay, et en français, on travaille là-dessus toujours. Okay, very good. All right, so we'll go back to the delegation agreement because that's from which the RMCO mandate flows from. And that was signed between the City of Ottawa and the Minister of Transport in 2011. And there was a great deal of work and analysis to come up with the regulatory regime that would provide the impartial oversight that we have right now. And as you know, this agreement provides the city with the powers to regulate the Confederation line. It also requires the RMCO to perform regulatory monitoring and to report the findings to this transit committee. The delegation agreement also requires the city to hire external experts to perform triannual audits of its safety management system, as well as its security management system. And those reports are provided to Transport Canada. Now, the RMCO scope of work provided by the city is very specific. I've mentioned before that it started after revenue service. It's regulatory compliance monitoring for both safety and security, covers the Confederation line only, does not include the Trillium line, and I'll talk about that in a minute, or the bus operations. And it encompasses both the city departments such as OC Transpo and Infrastructure Water Services Department, as well as contractors and their subcontractors. So in addition to the RMCO's work, it's important to point out that the city performs a substantial amount of oversight, both Infrastructure Water Services Department as well as OC Transpo. And I'll talk about that in terms of their oversight plan. And just as a piece of reference, they have about 12 full-time equivalent resources that are allocated to performing oversight on the Confederation line. So as you can see, the regulatory regime for the Confederation line has several layers of oversight which act as checks and balances and work together to reduce risk and support a safe operation. It's important to view these layers collectively because you'll see findings today. And these findings should not be viewed as failures because they result from the multiple layers of oversight which complement each other in the city's regulatory regime. And this is evidence that the regulatory regime works because the findings are addressed and they help to strengthen both safety, regulatory compliance, as well as service. You'll see later that the RMCO has identified 54 findings since revenue service. And each of these findings has action plans, which we'll see later, which are being tracked diligently to help to reduce risk and improve regulatory compliance. Last year, there were questions about the Trillium line, which is under federal jurisdiction. So I'll just say a few words to provide some context. The first point is that both the Confederation line and the Trillium line have the TSB as the independent investigator. This ensures that both lines, accidents are investigated, incidents as well, comprehensively and objectively with impartial reports that are produced and provided to the city. The second point is that both the Trillium Line and the Confederation Line share a common safety management system, and the principles that are used in terms of, once a cause is identified, to to quantify the risk in terms of the probabilities and the severities, to come up with a risk assessment, and then to mitigate it, the principles that are used for both lines are the same. And the final point is, as I said earlier, that each line is subject to multiple layers of oversight, which are designed to monitor compliance and to drive improvement. So both lines have the regulatory regimes, but they're very similar in approach in terms of the investigations, the oversight, and the manner in which risk is mitigated. One of the things that the Confederation Line has in terms of oversight is that the RMCO's role provides visibility and transparency to this transit committee. So the report that you'll see today and that you've seen in the past provide you a picture of what the compliance looks like across all the different risk areas and the different programs to which the Confederation Line is subject to. We'll turn to slide number 5. The slide shows that the RMCO regulatory monitoring activities are performed in accordance with the work plan that I've alluded to earlier, approved by City Council in September of 2018. And that means a few things. One, that the selection of regulatory programs to monitor is done using a risk-based approach. So we look at the different risk areas, try to understand what their risk is in terms of both safety as well as service, as well as regulatory compliance, and then make risk-based decisions in terms of which programs are going to be monitored. The other things that we ensure, and we'll talk about that later, is to ensure that the city has an adequate picture of the breadth of the compliance for all the 6 risk areas. So it's not only about monitoring a specific part of the regulatory program, it's about providing a broad picture of what compliance looks like. The second point is that the monitoring is performed using a structured and transparent manner. And third, that the findings are identified using objective evidence. So one of the terms that you will hear today is the use of a fact and evidence-based approach to assessment of compliance. The other point is that the regulatory monitoring activities are performed relative to the Confederation Line designated regulations. And we can see at the bottom of the slide, the regulations, the responsibilities that are imparted upon the city departments from these Confederation Line designated regulations. So OC Transpo, as well as Infrastructure Water Services Department, have the responsibility through these regulations to adopt and implement city programs, to provide direction and oversight both internally and to contractors, and to maintain records. We'll turn to slide number 6, which shows that the risk-based analysis performed in the spring of 2024 identified 2 key areas to monitor. The first focused on the inspections and repairs of bridges and structures, and we'll talk later about the rationale for selecting these areas. The second focused on the hours of service regulations for safety critical employees. And we see at the bottom of the slide that since revenue service, and I alluded to that earlier, that the RMCO has monitored all the 6 major risk areas that are typically found in commuter lines. So when you look at how, for instance, Transport Canada monitors, and if you were to look also at the TSB website, you would find these, in fact, the FRA as well in the US, that these are the common risk areas that you find in transportation sectors, from human factors to safety management system to security management system to infrastructure and vehicles, etc. So as I said, the fact that the city has this report in terms of compliance provides the visibility, and the findings are addressed to make improvements to both the regulatory compliance findings, and this naturally supports both safety and service. So the example I'll give is, for instance, if track is monitored relative to the regulatory inspections that are required. And of course, those regulatory inspections are daily inspections, monthly inspections, quarterly inspections. There's also technology that's used, such as ultrasonic rail flaw detection, under which the track is tested. And all those need to be performed. And if they're not performed, it's a regulatory compliance issue, a finding. But of course, and they're there for a reason. They're there to identify conditions that can result in accidents or other incidents. So acting upon the regulatory compliance findings naturally improves safety and support also a safe operation, because when the track is safe, it supports everything that the Confederation line needs to do in order to deliver a safe and reliable service. The track is just one example, but in all the items that we talk about, whether it's light rail vehicles, whether it's the catenary, whether it's the CBTC system, whether it's the tunnels, whether it's the bridges or structures that we'll talk about today, they're all an important part of the equation to deliver safe and reliable service. On va tourner à la diapositive numéro 7.
Let's go to the 7th slide. I talked about the approach that is based on risk, which is used to choose the different fields that are looked at. So we see that ever since the implementation in September 2019, that the monitoring led to important programs like the security management system. The monitoring also led to different activities that I talked about earlier on the rails. And the other parts of the infrastructure include catenary, it includes vehicles, tunnels, and bridges, and also the command system, CBT system. You see that the monitored things like structures, bridges, and hours of service gives a larger visibility to this committee and to the city. So this year, we will continue on this analysis process of the risks, which will enable the city to get more understanding on the regulatory process and to be well positioned to take action, which will improve the regulatory respect and security and service. Let's go to slide 8.
So this shows just a high-level overview of the RMCO activities. We've talked about the monitoring. We've talked about the risk-based analysis. The work, of course, involves working with the stakeholders, engaging the stakeholders, just as a Transport Canada would in terms of engaging the operator. In this case, it's OC Transpo and Infrastructure Water Services, the owner of the structures and bridges, as well as the contractors. And one of the important areas that is, tracked actively by all those stakeholders, as well as the RMCO, is that the findings are addressed and a report is provided to this committee and to the city through these annual compliance reports about the actions that are being taken to address the findings. That is really important because it's better to know something in terms of findings rather than not to know. So as I mentioned earlier, the fact that the RMCO's monitoring is identifying findings is good news for the city because it positions the city to know the issues and to be able to act upon them in a pinpointed manner. But of course, you need to know how effective those actions are and whether those items that are being found are being addressed conclusively. And I have some slides that talk about that. Those 54 findings that I talked about earlier since revenue service availability, that we have 45 that are closed conclusively. And that is evidence that the regulatory regime is working. And as I said, each one of these items, such as the track inspections, regulatory inspections that I talked about in the past, are going to help reduce the risk profile of the city and support a safe and reliable operation. So keeping in mind that there were 2 areas monitored in 2024, we'll turn to the next slides, which provide an overview of the first area monitored, which focused on the inspections and repair of bridges and structures. So we have slide number 9 already. And this explains the rationale for monitoring this area. And that is the fact that bridges and structures are key to a safe and reliable operation. You know, bridges and structures are critical, of course. And when we look at the risk spectrum, we need to not only look at those events that can occur frequently with a low or moderate severity, but we need to encompass absolutely those risks that have a very low probability of happening, but for which the consequences can be very severe. And I think bridges could be put in that category that you don't expect things to happen very often, but potentially when things go wrong with a bridge and structure, the potential severity is very high. Hence, the risk equation is the probability and the severity and the risk level can be potentially high. And that's the rationale for selecting this area for monitoring in 2024. And this is an area that has not been monitored by the RMCO since revenue service. So what this slide mentions also is that the structures, you know, if we were to ask you which structures and bridges are we talking about, it's those on the Confederation line. And the project agreement has an annex which identifies very specifically the bridges and structures that we are talking about. One of the important elements of this, which makes it, you know, a little bit more complex and certainly another reason to monitor, is that we have shared responsibility. The responsibility for those bridges and structures and performing those inspections and repairs are divided between the city, i.e. Infrastructure Water Services Department, as well as the contractor project company or RTG. And roughly speaking, we have 43 structures and bridges, of which approximately 2/3 are under the responsibility of Infrastructure Water Services Department, and the other third under the responsibility of RTG. The other point to keep in mind, if you're to ask the questions, well, what are the inspection requirements? What drives the requirements for understanding the condition of these bridges and structures and taking action upon those conditions that are identified? It's the provincial regulations, which are very specific in stipulating that a professional engineer must inspect every one of those bridges and structures every 2 years. And there is a detailed report produced for every one of those inspections, which itemizes. So the provincial regulations are very specific that they require a professional engineer to itemize what repair is required, what condition needs to be addressed. One of the points that I will make, and I'll mention it again later, it's important to understand that not all these items that are identified in the professional engineer report that's done every 2 years are structural in nature. Just a sample review that I've done indicates that it's roughly 2/3 that are structurally related, roughly 1/3 are other items like, you know, fences and light posts and so on. But it is those reports that drive the condition assessment of those bridges and structures, that identify the repairs and conditions that need to be fixed. And the engineer also puts in a recommended timeline in there. So that's what drives the work in terms of the maintenance and the repairs that need to be done. We'll turn to slide number 10, which explains that the monitoring was done during the summer of 2024 and that there was excellent collaboration by all stakeholders. The monitoring included the review of documents and records, interviews, as well as field observations, which spanned the entire line. So when we talk about objective evidence, it comes from the documents, the records. We collect data through the interviews. And one of the things that we felt was very important to do, given the fact that the project agreement was signed before revenue service, is to ensure that when you go in the field and you walk the line from end to end, that all the structures have been scoped in and that there's a clear accountability for the inspections as well as the repairs. We'll turn to slide 11. And of course, just the point to mention about that previous slide is that objective evidence is used to perform the analysis to come up with an assessment which is based on the facts and evidence that have been collected. So slide 11 shows the elements monitored, which are consistent with the responsibilities that we saw earlier in the Confederation line designated regulations. I talked about the field observations that were performed. to verify the structures to confirm that we have a complete list. That's exceedingly important because if we don't, then it's a blind spot. So that was done. And we also see that the responsibilities that flow from the regulations include the need to implement the program. So what do the programs say? That you must inspect the structures and you must follow up in terms of the repairs, and that there's appropriate oversight being done, and that records are being maintained. So we have the visibility, the traceability, as well as the ability to perform monitoring. So one of the points that I didn't mention yet is that, we'll see it as we start to look at the results, is that the two parties that perform the inspections and repairs are Infrastructure Water Services Department for those structures and bridges identified under the city's responsibility. So 26 out of the 43, roughly 2/3. And the other 16 are under the responsibility of RTG. And so what's the role of OC Transpo in all this? They don't perform the inspections or the repairs, but they are responsible to manage the contract with RTG and thereby to provide the appropriate direction and oversight and to be able to maintain records. So when you look at the results, we'll start with slide number 12, please, the next one. We'll start with Infrastructure Water Services Department, which has those 5 columns: adoption, direction, implementation, oversight, and records. And when we get to OC Transpo, you will not have the implementation column in terms of a compliance assessment, simply because, as I said earlier, they do not perform the inspection and repairs, but you will have a compliance assessment for the other areas. So this slide shows that there were 6 elements that were monitored for Infrastructure Water Services Department, of which 2 were fully compliant, 3 were mostly compliant, and 1 was partially compliant. At a high level, we can say that the inspections are being done diligently, systematically, and on a timely basis. So all the inspections that they needed to do, Infrastructure Water Services, were done. There's one exception, which was a structure that was deferred, and I'll talk about that in a minute. However, the findings found that the repairs are not being performed consistently and on a timely basis. And we'll see later that this appears to be an issue with process and record keeping. The monitoring also found an opportunity to strengthen the oversight process as well as the record keeping process. We'll turn to slide 13, which notes that the repairs identified in the OSIM inspection reports include the conditions that I talked about earlier. So they're not all repairs, and sort of roughly speaking, 2/3 are structurally related, 1/3 are not, and they deal with, we see a little footnote and things like sidewalks and light posts and fences and so on. But 2/3 are, roughly the proportion of those items that are identified that are structurally related. And just to explain how the monitoring was performed, it used a sampling approach where 10 of those 26 structures that are under Infrastructure Water Services Department were selected for a detailed monitoring. And of those, there were 42 repairs that were identified that needed to be done within a 0 to 2 year period, so the higher priority ones. And we found, as you could see from this slide, that roughly 1/3 were completed as recommended by the professional engineer. This is a point that's important to take note of, that those repair recommendations in the OSIM inspection report that's performed every 2 years are recommendations from the professional engineer, but that the owner of those assets, so in this case, the city Infrastructure Water Services Department, has the latitude to review those by a technically competent person and to make determinations relative to whether they will execute those repairs within the recommended timelines, or whether they're going to combine it with some other work which may happen at a different timeline. So we found evidence that there's, some of these items are in progress, but the ones that were completed, as recommended by the professional engineer, is roughly 1/3. The final point on this particular aspect, the Infrastructure Water Services Department segment of the bridges and structures, is that the findings, as I said earlier, are shared progressively with the stakeholders. Why do we do that? We do that to ensure that they know what the findings would look like, that they have the opportunity to put on the table objective evidence so that we can all come up with a fact and evidence-based assessment of what the compliance looks like. But equally important, it positions the stakeholder to be able to take action expediently to address any issues that are identified. That's exactly what was done for Infrastructure Water Services Department as well as all the other stakeholders. We'll turn our attention to the next slide, 14, which shows the findings for OC Transpo. As I mentioned earlier, you don't see that implementation column because OC Transpo is responsible through the Confederation line designated regulations to adopt the appropriate programs to provide the necessary direction to their contractors, so RTG, RTM, and to perform oversight and to maintain records, but they do not physically perform those inspections or the repairs. So at a high level, what the monitoring found is that OC Transpo is fulfilling its obligations relative to program adoption, records, and having a detailed oversight plan. There was one structure, the Bayview Overpass, which was not in that list in the project agreement, which was added after the PA was signed, but that was not passed on in terms of scope of work to RTG. And this explains the mostly compliant finding for direction. And we'll turn to slide 15, which elaborates on the other findings for OC Transpo. But as I mentioned, there's no doubt OC Transpo has a very robust, detailed oversight plan. I gave the sense earlier of how many resources are allocated to performing oversight on the Confederation line. 12 full-time equivalent resources. That's very substantial. And I did see evidence that they are performing oversight on the bridges and structures. The one area that, there was evidence that was not being followed adequately is in terms of the repairs that need to be performed by RTG, RTM. So the oversight performed by OC Transpo was quite elaborate, but it did not pick up the fact that RTM is not performing the repairs on a timely basis for the repairs that they're accountable to do for those 16 structures that we talked about before. And the issue is very similar to what we found earlier with Infrastructure Water Services Department. It appears to be an issue with process and follow-up. So we'll turn to slide 16, which shows the findings for RTG and RTM. Again, I'll point out that for context, that the project agreement stipulates that RTG and RTM are responsible to perform inspections on about 1/3 of those bridges and structures. And the 5 elements that were monitored, of those, 3 were conformant. We use the term conformant because the contractor, RTG and RTM, do not have direct regulatory responsibilities that flow from the Confederation line designated regulations, but they do have contractual obligations. So that's why we use the term conformant rather than compliant. But all in all, these are activities that they need to perform. And the findings show that, one was mostly conformant, one was partially conformant. And as I said earlier, 3 were fully conformant. So at a high level, I think we can say that the inspections are being done generally well within that 2-year time frame, with only one structure, a bridge, that was not performed within that 2-year timeline that is regulated provincially through the OSIM regulations. And we'll turn to slide 17, which shows that repairs, as I just mentioned, are not being performed systematically and on a timely basis. And as I said, it appears to be related to a process and follow-up issue. I talked earlier about the fact that these results were shared with OC Transpo, with RTG. Actions have been taken. We'll talk about that later, but the remedial action process very actively tracks those findings and ensures that there are appropriate actions that are being taken, remedial actions to address them. On a positive note, I will say that the oversight did identify RTM is performing oversight. They did provide 2 reports where they actually did monitoring on their structures and bridges. And what their report found, their audit report, found that inspections are being done generally well, but that repairs are not. So very similar finding to what the RMCO is finding. What they didn't do, obviously, from the evidence that's being collected, is follow up on that finding where the repairs are not being performed, closed on a timely basis, as recommended in the OSIM report by that professional engineer. We'll go to the next slide and talk about the hours of service regulations. So slides 18 to 26 talk about these hours of service regulations, and I'll explain what they are. And this slide provides an overview of that, but they apply to these safety critical employees. So this slide explains that the rationale for monitoring this area is that the hours of service regulations are key to a safe and reliable operation by mitigating risks such as fatigue. And this slide explains that the monitoring focus was on safety critical employees. So if you're to ask, well, what are these employees? We'd be talking about the EROs that operate the trains on the Confederation line, the ERCs that man the control center, TOCC, that OC Transpo operates. But there's also an extension of these in the MSF. So you have a smaller control center that is manned by controllers that belong to RTM, and you have hostlers that move vehicles and groups of vehicles, which we call consists, in the maintenance facility, and those are Alstom employees. So we'll turn to slide number 19, and I'll take a minute here to talk about the communication-based train control system, because it is an important piece of the equation in understanding the risk that the Confederation line is subjected to. The first thing I'll say is that the city made a very judicious, valuable investment in investing in CBTC, because not every line, commuter line or railway has CBTC. And if you were to look up in the TSB website something they call the TSB watch list, which are those items. We're not talking 20 items, we're talking about 5 or 6 items. Those items that they consider to have the most potential impact, safety impact on Canadians, you'd find in there things like following signal indications. So as we know, trains that don't have a CBTC system, if the operator doesn't stop when there's a red light, then there's a risk, obviously, because the track that he's going into could be occupied by another train. There's also speed limits, speed restrictions that need to be complied with by individuals. And there's also what we call track authority limits, where limits of track are given to trains through both the engineer and the conductor. In this case, you have only an ERO. But the key point I'm going to make here is that the CBTC system effectively mitigates all those risks that relate to human factors. So very, very good decision made by the city. Definitely supports a safe and reliable service. And I've worked in commuter lines which don't have that. They count on the actions to be taken by the ERO, the equivalent of an ERO, to be able to stop the train on time, to be able to comply with the speed limits, and to be able to make sure they don't go into a track authority that they haven't been provided the rights to occupy. Now, having said that, you could say, well, fantastic, we don't even need to monitor hours of service regulations. It's all mitigated. Fact of the matter is, it's true for a large part, but there are certain circumstances where the CBTC does not mitigate those risks, those hazards which relate to human factors. One of them is in the maintenance facility center, the MSF. So those movements performed by hostlers that are controlled by those RTM controllers are not protected by the CBTC system. There's also circumstances when there are either issues, technical issues or equipment issues where the CBTC is put in partially manual or fully manual mode. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. And when that happens, it's important for the operators and the controllers to be properly arrested, to be able to make decisions that will not jeopardize safety and introduce risk. So hence, this explains the rationale for monitoring hours of service regulations, which remain important in certain conditions and certain locations such as the MSF and when CBTC is not in fully automated mode. We'll turn to the next slide, which shows that the monitoring focused on the assessment of regulatory compliance. Again, we look at those regulatory responsibilities that are imparted on OC Transpo to provide the necessary direction, oversight to make sure that these are implemented. Now, in contrast to what we saw earlier for bridges and structures, here, OC Transpo is responsible to implement HOS regulations for their own operations. So the trains, the employees that work on the trains need to have been trained and understand the rules relative to these hours of service regulations. So their implementation is assessed, but it's also assessed for the contractors because they need to do the same for those controllers at the MSF that I talked about earlier, as well as those hostlers that move vehicles and consist of vehicles in the maintenance facility. We'll move on to the next slide, which shows the findings for OC Transpo, which, as you see, a lot of green, and that's compliance, and that's good news. It's strong results. I think we could categorize that. 6 were fully compliant. 1 was partially compliant. So what does that mean? It means a few things. I mean, one of them is that there are training programs to ensure that employees understand what these hours of service regulations require of them. There's also rules in place that give the responsibility to employees to speak up, to raise an issue if they feel that they're going to be working beyond what these hours of service regulations require. So, no doubt there are many, checks and balances. There's an information system for tracking hours of employees. So implementation in the Confederation line is very robust. What's important to point out here, if you were to ask, what do the federal HOS regulations allow in terms of maximum working hours? The answer to that is that you can be in control of equipment for up to 13 hours in a shift that can go up to 14 hours. And you can work up to a 70-hour week. But having said that, the monitoring identified the fact that the schedules for these EROs and these ERCs are actually closer to 40 hours per week and 8-hour shifts. And that's significantly lower than the federal HOS regulations. That's an important point to keep in mind as we see these findings, that the schedules that are used for employees to bid on and to hold a position and to work through are actually much closer to what we see in the Canada Labor Code in terms of the standard work hours of 40 hours per week and roughly 8-hour shifts. We'll turn to slide number 22, and we see a similar theme to what we saw earlier in terms of a robust oversight plan, dedicated resources, many checks and balances internally, not only involving, OC Transpo, but also the people that actually call the crews and coordinate the activities with the crews, that they actually do verify the hours being worked by employees. So, very strong in terms of the oversight for internal employees working for OC Transpo. The one area that is partially compliant, and the explanation for it revolves around the fact that we'll see later that RTM has not implemented the federal HOS regulations, and that was not picked up by OC Transpo's oversight plan and activities. We'll turn to slide 23. This slide is important because you'll see later, the next slide after this one, that RTM has not implemented these federal HOS regulations. So you may ask the question, well, did they receive clear direction to implement these federal HOS regulations? And this is what this slide explains. Because, there was something called a regulatory work group, which involved the city as well as project company and the companies that they use to help them prepare for revenue service, groups like OLRTC, for instance. And there were a series of meetings that were held, and that regulatory work group was tasked with developing the regulatory programs and rules stipulated in the project agreement. And the records that we see here in this slide show that there were some work rest rules that were developed as tasked by the city to RTG, that they tasked OLRTC to develop, and that these work rest rules are actually aligned with the federal HOS regulations. And if we just continue moving down this sort of sequence of events, we see that the city and this regulatory work group approved these work rest rules that actually are aligned with the federal HOS regulations. And we can see that in April of 2016, there's a formal record from the city that says we approve these work rest rules that were developed by OLRTC, again, which are aligned with the federal HOS regulations. So there's clear evidence that, the federal regulations is what we have been talking about all the way along, from before revenue service until today. But somehow that did not get followed through when we get to RTG and RTM's findings. And that's the next slide, number 24. So we see some generally weak conformance results, but I want you to recognize up front that this is due not to a safety issue, but because RTM did not follow the direction that we just saw in the previous slide, which asked them to implement these federal HOS regulations through that document that was developed by OLRTC. And I'll explain later why this is not a safety issue. But, at a high level, when we talked earlier about the fact that these federal HOS regulations allow employees to work up to 13 hours at the steering wheel and 70-hour weeks, we'll see that the RTM has actually implemented the Canada Labor Code, which is within the requirements of the federal HOS regulations. And this issue is being addressed between OC Transpo as well as RTG. And there's been some progress being made with meetings that took place since the monitoring was performed last fall and right through until last week. We'll turn to slide 25, which shows that the other issues identified was a lack of oversight relative to RTM and RTG not performing any oversight on monitoring internally to find out whether their employees are complying with the hours they're supposed to, or externally with their subcontractors, so Alstom and their subcontractors. The other thing that we did not find evidence of is direction from RTM to its subcontractors relative to the need for them to implement those federal HOS regulations. So the areas that are at issue, as I've said, are around the implementation, where they've decided for reasons of their own to implement Canada Labor Code, with very little, if any, oversight being performed and no evidence of direction being provided as to what the expectations should be for those subcontractors. I'll turn to the next slide, which is gives you a little bit more on why this is not a safety issue and more of a contractual conformance issue. You can see at the bottom of the slide, federal HOS regulations allow up to 70 hours, although, as I said earlier, the schedules that OC Transpo uses for its ERCs and EROs is actually more like 40 hours per week. But the Canada Labor Code has two provisions. One of them is called standard hours, which is basically a 40-hour week. They do allow, and I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this, to go up to 48 hours. But when you go beyond 48 hours, then you need to get into reporting to the regulator to let them know. But 48 hours is sort of the maximum hours normally allowed under the Canada Labor Code. And that's what RTM is working under for their controllers, which is significantly less demanding than having federal HOS regulations, which can go right up to 70 hours. So for that reason, this is a contractual conformance issue rather than a safety or risk issue. We'll turn on to remedial actions. We only have a few slides left to conclude the material, and I appreciate everyone's attention. I know it's very technical. So the next slide is about remedial actions. I talked about the fact that there have been 54 findings by the RMCO since revenue service. The first point to keep in mind is that for each finding under the contractor's responsibility, OC Transpo has a very elaborate process map that outlines the fact that the contractor needs to deliver an action plan outlining what they will do to address the issue within 30 days. And then beyond that, they are expected to implement those remedial actions, and the timeline can vary depending on the risk level, the complexity, and the resources required. But, of those 54 findings, 45 have been addressed conclusively. So there's 9 open findings. And if we remove the latest round of monitoring, the ones on bridges as well as the HOS regulations, there's actually 49 that remain. And the 4 from 45 to 49 that are outstanding beyond those from the latest round of monitoring, 3 relate to inspections. One of them is track. The other one is CBTC. And with respect to, there's an item on the security management system called the fence intrusion detection system. And that one is, it basically is a fence that detects intruders, something that needed to be implemented at the time of revenue service. There's been a slew of technical issues, but the latest information that we have, and been working again very closely with OC Transpo as well as RTM, is that this will be operational this quarter, so the second quarter of 2025. I mentioned earlier that the collaboration has been very good in terms of the monitoring, also in terms of the remedial actions. But you may ask the question, why is it taking so long for some of these items to be addressed? And I think that, there's a few explanations for that. When we talk about inspections, for instance, of track or the catenary or the CBTC system, the standard of execution is very high. It's 100% for those inspections that need to be performed at intervals that are longer than a week. And for those that are performed within a week, so something that needs to be performed daily or up to a week, the requirement is 98% or better. So very high execution standards. And those items are not closed when that standard is met for a week or a month. It's got to be demonstrated over time. And there are monthly activity reports. There's oversight activities from the OC Transpo team that track those actively. And the RMCO has also remonitored certain areas, because the first time that those areas were monitored in 2020, there were some significant gaps. And then it was remonitored in 2022. No doubt it's been improving. And I would even say improving substantially. But the point I want to bring home here is that for an item to be closed, not only does that high standard have to be met, but it's got to be met over time, and it's got to be resolved conclusively. And I think that's good news for the city, because it's not just a check the box exercise where something is identified and closed. There has to be absolute confidence before closing an item that there's an appropriate action being taken, and that it's demonstrated through the metrics, through the results. We'll turn to slide number 28, which is a table summarizing what we've just discussed about contractors since revenue service. We can see a number of findings for each segment, as well as the number of findings that have been closed, and that's where you see the numbers of, the 54 findings and the 45 that have been closed conclusively, of which 5 are related to the latest round of monitoring, hence the HOS regulations and the bridge inspections. And as I stated in the beginning, and I've been saying all the way through, these findings are actually good news for the city because they're being acted upon, and they drive not only improvement in terms of regulatory compliance, but naturally it also drives improvement in terms of safety as well as service. And again, it's important to make the point that many of these findings, by the way, were also found through the other oversight processes. So if you were to ask, well, is OC Transpo finding gaps in track inspections? The answer is yes. Is OC Transpo finding gaps around catenary inspection? The answer is yes. But there are some that are captured by the RMCO that are not captured by OC Transpo. And that's how the regulatory regime is made. It's made to have multiple layers of oversight that work together, that complement each other, so that every item that's found is not a failure. It's something that is identified, that is addressed, and that is tracked until conclusive resolution. We'll turn to the next slide, which highlights the remedial actions being taken by Infrastructure Water Services Department. As I said, very good collaboration from the department. I've been working with them closely since last summer. The results were shared during the monitoring and at the end of the monitoring, and that positioned them to take early action in terms of addressing these issues. And we can see that the actions that they're undertaking, one of them is around the interface between Infrastructure Water Services Department and OC Transpo. We talked about the fact that there's an added complexity here, that there's a division of responsibilities in the bridges and structures between OC Transpo and Infrastructure Water Service. And when I say OC Transpo, it's actually RTG, that OC Transpo is responsible to provide appropriate direction and oversight. So there's a great deal of interfacing taking place. They're sharing a common information system right now that provides visibility to all parties to make sure that all these bridges and structures, there's a clear accountability for each, and that the inspections are being performed. Infrastructure Water Services Department has also hired an external expert to ensure that their strengthened repair and deferral processes have clear roles and responsibilities, and that these processes are implemented and are implemented in a sustainable manner. One of the things I'll highlight is the repair processes existed, the deferral process existed. There's clear evidence that those were actually in place, but there's opportunities. This is about finding ways to get better. There's an opportunity to clarify roles and responsibilities, to explain, for instance, when we talk about oversight, how will the oversight be performed? How frequently? Who's going to do it? How do we maintain records? And that is the part of the improvement in terms of the oversight process to ensure that there's clear roles and responsibilities and requirements and record keeping. We'll turn our attention to the second to last slide, which is OC Transpo. And again, the findings have been shared progressively. The actions relative to strengthening the oversight process, to delve into the bridge repairs that RTG is performing, delve into the hours of service regulations and finding resolutions for those are all taking place. In terms of the interfacing between OC Transpo and Infrastructure Water Services, that falls under both OCT as well as Infrastructure Water Services. And this is an action that they've collaborated very closely to make sure that there's an adequate interface to ensure that those responsibilities that are identified in the project agreement are handled, and that there's a clear division of responsibilities and that we haven't missed anything in terms of those structures. And that brings us to the last slide, which summarizes the monitoring that's been done in 2024. And as we look into 2025, the plan is to perform the same risk-based analysis to identify those areas to monitor that will provide the most visibility to the city, the ones that justify the monitoring on a risk basis as well. That's going to be done in the second quarter of this year. And then subsequently to monitor 2 risk areas, which are going to continue to increase the city's knowledge about regulatory compliance, and equally important to continue to reduce the risk and drive continuous improvement as well as regulatory compliance by addressing the findings systematically through the remedial actions process. Appreciate everyone's attention, Mr. Chair. I welcome any questions at this time.
Okay, thanks very much, Sam. Just look to committee members, see if there's any questions. I have a couple, but I don't want to go first. Councillor Leeper's up.
Thanks. I just want to make sure I understand the language with respect to the Bayview overpass, for which there hadn't been clear accountability previously. OC Transpo and IWSD are interfacing with engagements to encompass all bridges. I'm sorry, what does that mean?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The project agreement has an annex which identifies 42 structures and bridges and has a column which identifies who's responsible for each of those.
Okay.
Whether it's project company, RTG, or whether it's the city infrastructure water services department. Now, that annex was drafted before revenue service, and there's been some changes in terms of some structures that are identified in there that are obsolete, that were just built temporarily as we looked towards revenue service. There's also a structure at Bayview that was actually built after that project agreement was signed, but for which there was no follow-up relative to who should be doing the inspections and repairs. Now, I'll mention 2 things on that. First one is that Infrastructure Water Services Department acted immediately when the monitoring uncovered that and has performed an OSIM inspection in the summer of 2024. Second point I'll mention is that it's a new structure, obviously relatively new. So we're not talking about the same risk level as having a structure that is 30, 40, or 50 years old. Having said that, on a go-forward basis, we want to be clear on who's going to be accountable for that structure. The thinking behind the project agreement was that the new structures would be handled by RTG and RTM. Therefore, OC Transpo is engaging with RTG and RTM to add on that structure to their responsibilities on a go-forward basis.
And that was my second question. We're engaging RTG, RTM to take over responsibility for future inspections and repairs of the Bayview structure. Are they, you may not know this, but are they accepting that responsibility?
I'll turn it over to OC Transpo here. I know that they have been working very closely together, and turn it over to Troy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. RTG has been very receptive to, working out the solution to that problem, making sure that it gets the inspections and the attention it deserves, and it's part of the rail infrastructure. So there's definitely some positive dialogue that's going on.
Is there a timeline for putting that to bed?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a timeline for that, but obviously it's something that we do want to resolve in short order. It's not something that we want to drag on for months and months and months. It is something that we want to resolve shortly.
Can you report to me and to this committee when that's resolved?
Yes, we can, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. There was a lot of detail in there and some, I guess, higher level concerns, not concerns, are helpful in presenting to committee, just to highlight some of the areas that might need some more attention. I recognize the one not compliant issue you've mentioned, and you went into detail in the presentation, which was very helpful. and the division of the IWSD, OC Transpo, RTM, RTG bridge and structures that they're responsible for was helpful seeing as well. The Saint Laurent tunnel and bridge structure, that has been a concern in the past, and part of it was a lack of monitoring, and then part of it was after it was monitored, we didn't make repairs right away. Where does that stand now? Has all the monitoring been complete? Is the bridge in structurally sound condition, and have all the repairs been made based on the monitoring that was completed?
Right. So, Mr. Chair, with respect to the tunnel itself, that was monitored in 2023. And as the report mentions, it was not re-monitored in 2024. The findings back in 2023 indicated that some of the repairs had been deferred. Hence, some of the improvements that we'll see coming out of here should help on a go-forward basis relative to the formalization of the deferral process. So we did find evidence that those steps that are recommended by the Ministry of Transportation, provincial regulator, were followed, that the condition had been reviewed and assessed. There was an engineer that had accepted the fact internally from the city's perspective that it was deferred. That was the tunnel. And then, of course, there had been some follow-up done, which I have not followed up as part of this monitoring work, but I'll certainly turn it over to Infrastructure Water Services Department for any further information on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2024, I think as committee was aware, we undertook an enhanced OSIM inspection of the 5 structures that make up the Saint Laurent Tunnel. That inspection work was started in the summer and completed at the end of October. That was done without interruption to service. It was done during non-service hours. At the same time as the inspection was undertaken, any immediate repairs were addressed immediately. The OSIM report shows there are additional remedies to be implemented at Saint Laurent. And right now, there is a project that is being planned for initiation in 2025 that will follow the timing recommended by the OSIM inspection to have items addressed within 1 year.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sam, for the detailed update. I really appreciate it. Couple specific questions, I suppose. Actually, I guess I'll address this one to staff. Can you speak to the relationship between RTM, between OC Transpo, between our our safety regulatory processes in terms of the identification of fault and the transition to rectification, and just that loop? Because I know that was addressed a couple of times in terms of repair, in terms of monitoring of hours and overtime and such. But if you could perhaps, from a staff perspective, give your perspective on that relationship and the improvements and the evolution.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So as Mr. Barana mentioned, when he does his monitoring and then the findings are found, whoever is responsible has 30 days to provide a corrective action plan. So in this case, in your example, RTG, RTM would have 30 days to provide OC Transpo a corrective action plan, which they do. In that corrective action plan, they'll outline all the actions that they're going to take to address the finding. And as Mr. Barretta mentioned, the timing for resolution can vary on a number of factors. If it's based on risk and based on resource requirements, the process for conformance that we have shared with RTM allows them up to 180 days to rectify any remedial actions unless there's further discussion with the city as to why it would need to take longer to resolve. So I'd say this process was established in 2021, following some lessons learned throughout the monitoring that Mr. Barata conducts. And we work very closely to have quarterly meetings between ourselves and RTM to review all of the open remedial actions and determine the status, any roadblocks and path forward. So I'd say it's been a very collaborative approach since the process has been clearly identified, and we're working towards resolutions of those open remedial actions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And from an internal perspective, I noted the documentation on labor code requirements, safety board requirements, operational programming. Have we internally set standards that are more stringent than perhaps safety requirements that could have detrimental or downside risks in terms of recruiting, retention? I'm thinking specifically about some of our operators and such, if they're, if they could be getting overtime to do an extra shift on the weekend or something like that, but it is within, obviously, the safety compliance. Do we have internal regulations that are causing caps on that would otherwise perhaps incent folks to do that work?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The short answer is no. We have not adopted any other regulations aside from the federal hours of service regulations. So there is no de-incentivizing staff to take shifts as long as they work within what we call HOS, these hours of service, which are specific for the Confederation line and our bus operations.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about the interface. And I know, Sam, you spoke to the conformity of technical standards on some of the structures, bridges, et cetera, that the city has a responsibility for. And then at the same time, those same responsibilities that fall to RTM, I suppose it would be. How, to take a very simplistic example, and perhaps you can cite a better one, if there's a certain technical engineering standard that requires maintenance on a bridge or structure that the city is managing, if you take that same construct for something that RTM is managing, what technical specification governs the standard that they need to fix that to? So, like, are they, is RTM looking at this and their engineer is designing, okay, we think we need X thickness of a steel for Y and Z versus the city? Or how do we ensure that there's some semblance of a standardization in terms of safety requirements, structural requirements, et cetera?
Thank you for the question. So, Mr. Chair, the regulatory requirements are driven by the Ministry of Transportation. So OSIM manuals, there's a whole slew of documents, not only which lay out how you should inspect, but all the different types of conditions, but also how you should repair, how you should address certain conditions. And those are applicable to both Infrastructure Water Services Department as well as RTG. So nobody's making up ways of repairing things. They're following provincial regulations on how to do that.
Thank you for that. And you alluded to your 2025 program. You weren't specific in that. I'm assuming that's because you don't have it yet, but I just wanted to ask the question. Do you have a sense of, priority or your concerns or what you could be looking at for the program this year?
Right. Thank you for the question. So, Mr. Chair, the risk-based analysis considers a number of factors. They're actually outlined in Section 3 of the annual compliance report. We look at the 6 major risk areas, and within each risk area, there are many programs that fall under each of those risk areas. So, for instance, when we look at asset structures, you not only have track, you've got bridges, you've got tunnels, you've got the catenary. So, that needs to be looked at in terms of which programs. The first point is which programs have been monitored, which ones have not, because one of the primary objectives is to provide visibility. If you don't have any information on a particular program, I think it stands to reason that that needs to be monitored in priority to provide the type of visibility that we've given to the city today on bridges and structures that we didn't have before. The second point we look at is the operating experience. So what issues has the Confederation line faced in terms of incidents, in terms of accidents, in terms of operating events that need to be considered in making that determination? We also look at what are the findings from the RMCO's oversight, but also the other oversight that's being performed. So if we're seeing, for instance, that, LRVs, light rail vehicles, have improved to the extent that they are now executing, firing on all cylinders relative to those regulatory inspections they need to perform, obviously it's less of a priority. But if there's another asset, such as track, I'll just give an example here, where there are still issues in terms of the execution, and there's a follow-up monitoring that's been done. It's been done in the past. It'll be done again in the future. So I don't have the precise answer for you in terms of which areas are going to be monitored, but that risk-based process will be undertaken to make sure that we consider all those factors that will bring us to what area to monitor that is going to bring the most value to the city in terms of both regulatory compliance as well as safety.
I thank you for that, Sam. And I spoke earlier today on the appreciation I have to the focus on reliability and the new ways to bus and how that's bringing it to it. That's my number 2 priority when it comes to transit. Number 1 is safety. And I very much appreciate the work that you do, Sam, in order to make sure that our transit riders can have trust in the system that they're riding on and that we can sell that to them as such. So thank you very much.
I have a quick question, just on documentation and monitoring. At various points, you mentioned some software that I think the city uses, Maximo, and you also mentioned paperwork. I wonder if you could just comment on the city's maturity or capabilities in terms of tracking. How much of that is done paperwork? How much is done software? Do you have any observations or recommendations where city and its partners could improve?
Absolutely. So thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So if we talk specifically about the Infrastructure Water Services Department information system called Maximo, and I'll certainly turn it over to Infrastructure Water Services for any additional comment, but the monitoring has identified a fairly elaborate information system, which allows the city to track very accurately, very actively inspections. There's also capabilities relative to the repairs, but there needs to be some enhancements, and they're undertaking certain enhancements right now to provide the ability to perform all those things that we talked about, so that when you review the OSIM inspection reports that have been undertaken by this professional engineer, you're going to see conditions in there. Some of them are structural, others are not, but there's also a timeline associated. So Maximo has certain capability of entering those, but the granularity, the resolution can be expanded. And if we want to ensure that the issues are addressed conclusively from beginning to end, we want to be able to log them in this information system, transpose from the report to the information system. We want to be able to assess, what the timeline recommended was relative to what the city's programs are, so that they may want to combine, and there may be some slightly different timelines there. But this is where the assessment by a technical person to make that determination is another important piece. So you put a timeline against it, and then you need to be able to monitor its completion. And then once completed, you need to be able to record it as completed. So the system is fairly good, but there can be some enhancements. And I think coming out of this monitoring, there are going to be some enhancements being undertaken to make sure that from beginning to end, from the logging until the conclusive resolution and the record keeping of that we have strong records on all aspects. And I'll certainly welcome any further comments.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question, and thanks, Sam, for that great description. And we have already implemented some changes in our maintenance management system, Maximo, to initiate work orders in time to generate work orders for the inspection, and also enhancements that will incorporate that full maintenance cycle from needs identification through that disposition and review, tracking of the need, closeout and reporting. And one other aspect that we've just recently incorporated is sharing this information between staff in Infrastructure Water Services Department and the staff in OC Transpo, so that there's good visibility across all of the responsible parties of the needs on the system.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no more questions. Is committee, can we receive this report, the annual report? Receive. Thank you, Sam. And we'll see you next year. Yes, it does go to Councilor Brockington. Yes. Item number 5.2, we will continue soldiering on here, is the annual update, Transit Services 5-year roadmap. So we'll go to that next, and then we'll be on to the bus reliability motion. So I'm told there's fewer slides in this presentation than the previous one. Is that true?
Fewer slides, but perhaps more talking.
Okay. Welcome, Bart.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Bart Cormier. I'm the Acting Director of Strategic Communications and External Relations with Transit Services, and I am delighted to be here to provide our annual update on our Transit Services 5-year roadmap. You will all recall that since we presented this report before what was then the Transit Commission and is now the Transit Committee in 2022, we provided one annual update, and now this is our second annual update, bringing our 5-year plan forward. Next slide, please. So it has been a little bit of time since we've talked through the structure of the 5-year roadmap, and I'd like to, with your permission, take a couple of seconds and just talk about the vision and the mission and our 5 pillars, because I think it's important to talk about what the values that underscore the 5-year roadmap are. Because for us, for the management team at OC Transpo at Transit Services, it was important that we bring forward early in the term of council a vision of who we were, that we could present something that was well conceived, but still flexible enough that it could be adapted to fit into the city's strategic plans and to council's strategic plans when those were brought forward. And we have seen since then that that job has been quite easy, because I think in a way, the work that we did early on in the term of council helped to inform some of the way that the city decided to bring its own strategic plans forward with those discussions with senior leadership team. So our vision is proud to be your choice to get there. And it is both an external facing and an internal facing vision. We want the people of Ottawa, the residents, the visitors, those who live and come and work and visit and play in our great city, to be proud to use public transit as their choice to get to where they want to go. We know that public transit will always be one of many options, and we hope to make it a vibrant and useful and accessible and affordable and safe mechanism for people to realize their dream of traveling from one part of our city to the other. At the same time, the vision also has an internal focus. We want our employees to be proud to use OC Transpo as their choice to get to where they want to be in their careers. So we want to be both something that we want to be a service that people choose to use, but we also want to be an organization that people choose as their vehicle for achieving their life's mission. Because as public servants, we are all devoted to community, and we are all devoted to the service of the people of Ottawa. And so we want to be, for public servants, a good choice that they can be proud of to devote their life to serving. And how will we do that? So we look at our mission, which is divided into 3 portions. We connect and build Ottawa's communities. We are connectors and builders. We deliver safe, clean, dependable, and accessible public transit. So these are the watchwords that we will use to decide whether we are providing the level of service that we can be proud of and that the residents of Ottawa can be proud of. And we put our people and our customers first, that this focus on the people who operate our system and the people who use our system will always be paramount in our consideration of whether we're achieving that vision. And I should say, part of what I'll talk about today is the fact that, this is an aspirational vision. We have not yet achieved that. We may not achieve it fully within the 5 years of our roadmap, but it is important that we state where we are going, and so that we can have a way of judging how close we are to it. So next slide, please. So here we list our 5 pillars, and it was important that we list them in a circle because we don't believe that any of these are more paramount than the other. That we need to find the challenge in achieving the vision that we have articulated for our department is to achieve a balance between these different factors at the same time. We cannot serve our customers at the expense of our people. We cannot provide services unless we have the assets to provide them. And of course, everything needs to exist within our finances that is approved by council as part of the budgets every year. So, we really do see this as we want to make improvements and achievements in all of these areas. And as we'll see, we have strategic initiatives that address the gaps between where we are and where we want to be in all of these areas. But we need to be mindful that we can't make any of these achievements at the expense of the other. And we've heard that already today, that we train our operators very carefully, as my colleague Sabrina was saying, so that they are not sacrificing the safety of our customers in order to deliver on a particular schedule. It's very important that safety be paramount. So that balance needs to be achieved. We have to achieve our service, but not in a way that causes any harm to our customers or undue hardship to our people. Next slide, please. So I'll speak a little bit about some changes to the strategic initiatives that have happened since 2020 or in 2025. So we have 2 initiatives that we reported to you last year as being complete. So as part of our 2023 update, we reported that the bus route review and the long-range operational planning and life cycle review had come to fruition. So the bus route review, as we know, has now turned into New Ways to Bus, which is being launched shortly. And the long-range operational planning and life cycle review focused on a review of our IT systems and our non-revenue fleet. That report was completed, and so we're able to remove that from the list of ongoing initiatives. At the same time, we've added a new initiative, the Fair Compliance Initiative, which was brought before this committee last month. And we consider that to be one of our strategic initiatives that helps us to advance the goals for our finances as one of our pillars. So next slide, please. Thank you. And so here we have our, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to count in real time because I didn't write this down, our roughly 27 strategic initiatives that are arranged more or less equally between our various pillars. So, I'll pick out just a few highlights. So our people, we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion. Employee morale was added in our last update and continues to be very important to us. Strengthening our culture of safety and our safety management system are both important initiatives that we're moving forward with. Under our customers, new payment options that we brought forward with O-Payment are very important in moving forward our goals here. Customer service improvements, improving the communications tools that we're providing to our customers are very important. Under our service, we continue to work very hard, and it is deservedly a big focus of the discussions before this committee about stabilizing our service delivery and increasing the reliability of the service that we're providing. On-time performance and regularity, we've broken out as a separate strategic initiative because, as we've seen, there are 3 aspects to service reliability. The handover of stage 2 from construction to operations is very important, and we saw that particularly with the launch of lines 2 and 4. And of course, we're talking regularly about our bus maintenance action plan. Under our assets, of course, our 2 major priorities there are the delivery of stage 2 light rail, which Richard and his team bring forward updates on a regular basis. The transition and delivery of the zero emission buses, including that infrastructure. We heard about that earlier on today. We're also looking at systematizing our departmental administrative processes, so cleaning up and using best practices from one part of our department and making sure that they're applied consistently. We're also looking at document retention and management and being a bit more organized and consistent about that within our department. The long-term transition to zero-emission buses, so getting out beyond that spreadsheet that Dan Villeneuve spoke to and looking at the rest of the transition to completely change our diesel bus fleet over to electric. And of course, we have our long-term property strategy looking at, what facilities we require in order to provide the services that the city is looking for. And we heard a little bit of an update about that, how we're moving assets around to enable the transition of our facilities to support our new zero-emission bus fleet. And under our finances, of course, we're all well aware of the upcoming long-range financial plan for transit and the important work that that will do to address the long-term affordability of our transit system. We are using measure to manage as our core philosophy. And I spoke a little bit about that last year, that Renee has, under her leadership, transitioned the department very much towards data-driven collection of data, tracking of KPIs, and making our decisions based on objective evidence. It's very important to us. And of course, our new Fair Compliance Initiative has now been added that'll help us to ensure that our system is running with a sense of integrity and that everyone is paying their fair share to use the system. Next slide, please. So, of course, not everything is rosy, and it's important in our 5-year update to note, as we have earlier today, some of the challenges that we're facing. And I'll go over them at a fairly high level because, of course, we've already had some good discussions about that, and this group certainly doesn't need reminding of them. We have our aging bus fleet and the global demand for buses that is outpacing supply and manufacturing speeds. In response to that, we are maintaining our existing fleet as best as we can, and we are doing everything that we can to be as ready to put new buses into service as quickly as possible. We have budgetary challenges that we're addressing through our new Ways to Bus system, increasing advertising revenue, our fair compliance initiatives, and more convenient fare options that we hope to attract riders to the system. We are operating in a very competitive job market, especially in the trades. We have a new bus operator recruitment plan that is stable and that we're using to bring in bus operators into our system in order to account for attrition and make sure that we always maintain that pool at a stable level. Our new bus our bus maintenance action plan focus for 2025 is, of course, as we've heard, mechanics, and Rami explained some of the things that we're doing to both build a capacity for creating new mechanics licensed in-house through our apprenticeship program, but also through the work that we're doing to look out externally in our community, in our province, in our country, and even internationally to try to attract the right people to come in. And at the same time, we are exploring options to try to make those options more competitive and more attractive so that we can attract better candidates. Well, good candidates. So despite these challenges, we do feel that there were year-over-year improvements in the quality of our service. Service in 2024 was overall more stable than it had been in 2023. And as we'll see, we have seen either small incremental improvements in a lot of our KPIs or the maintenance of KPIs at a consistent level where we might otherwise have expected them to decline due to the challenges of maintaining our aging fleet. Next slide, please. So we'll go through. The full scorecard was, of course, attached to the report that was delivered along with this agenda. So we've just picked out a few highlights, both of things that we feel are going well, but also of challenges and areas of focus where our departmental leadership team is looking very closely at. Next slide, please. Just catch my notes up with myself. So the first one we wanted to highlight was our My Transpo usage. So this, of course, is our self-serve app that allows Transpo customers to book, cancel, and track trips without needing to engage with our phone services. The 2024 results were 21.2%, which is almost a doubling of the previous year. We still fall short of our indicator or our target of 50%, but we have given ourselves until the end of 2026 in order to reach that. We're engaging with customers actively on this, and we believe that the customers who are engaging with the app are quite pleased with the experience that they're having. Telephone booking wait times is tied to My Transpo usage. Our 2024 results are at 7 minutes, which is significantly below the target of 15 minutes. So we're going to look at and see whether that target still makes sense. Staff retention rates rose slightly. They're at 90.3%, which is above our target of 90%, which is excellent news. I know there have been concerns expressed in the past that we're not necessarily retaining staff that we're investing in and bringing in, and I think we're pleased to see that that we've hit our target of 90% retention. Recruitment initiatives and events, we exceeded our target of 20 events by going to 36 events in 2024. So we're getting out into the community. We're extending beyond Ottawa. We're doing a lot of recruitment for special constables in particular that took us to some new events that we had not been to previously. Our customer injury rate was at 0.56 in 2024, which is below our target of 1, which is where we want it to be. And that was a significant reduction from the 1.1 that we saw in 2024. And our total ridership rose from 64.2 million to 67.9 million. It is where it is. At this point, we are waiting for the results of the Transit Long Range Financial Plan before we can reasonably make estimates on where ridership needs to be in future years. And so once we have that established, which should be later on this year, we'll amend the target so that we start tracking to the Long Range Financial Plan. Next slide, please. So these are the areas where either they are a significant area of focus to us because we fell short of our targets, or areas where things are moving in a direction where we want to pay more attention to it. Bus service delivery, the daily trips delivered was at 98%. It's below where we want it to be, 99.5%. O-train service delivery, daily trips delivered was at 98.8%. So getting very close to 99.5, but still below it. And that, that remains a significant area of focus for us. But I will say both of those improved over the previous year. Bus service delivery in 2023 was only 97.8%. So rising to 98 maintains the service delivery standard, which I think is an improvement and reflects a fair amount of work by our maintenance colleagues. And O-Train Line 1 service delivery had been at 97.1%, so going up to 98.8% is a significant achievement. Paratranspo on-time performance was at 93%. It is below our target of 95%. That has a little bit to do with our aging Paratranspo fleet that we are looking at addressing. Rami was showing pictures of the new buses that are being added to our fleet. Buses unavailable to meet service. So this is a number that we want to be lower rather than higher. Last year, we reported that in 2023, our buses unavailable to meet service was at 26%. This year, we are able to report that in 2024, it went down to 24.9%, still falling short of our goal of 17.5%. That's linked to the mean distance between failure, which is at 5,901 kilometers. It was 7,443 kilometers. So that you see very starkly the impact of the aging bus fleet that Rami mentioned. Both of these numbers, we expect to see significant changes once we are able to onboard more of the zero emission buses. And we've had a discussion about how quickly that's going to happen. Finally, preventable vehicle collisions. Our number is at 1.14 collisions per 100,000 kilometers. That is above our goal of 1 per 100,000 kilometers. And so we're working very closely to look at that. I know Sabrina's team is carefully engaged. We've started to increase significantly the conversations that we're having internally around safety at every opportunity, including a new safety a new safety newsletter that we issue every month to everyone in our department. And next slide, please. And so that brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take questions, although I will say in advance that I will likely refer many of the technical questions to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much, Bart. Councillor Carr is first up.
Thanks very much. Nice to see we followed the ladies first approach this round. Just a quick question. With respect to Paratranspo for the 5-year plan, we had a delegate this morning that was talking about certain items, changing the 90-minute window, extending service past midnight, same-day booking. Are any of these elements in the 5-year plan? I know there was an allusion to improvements to Paratranspo.
I don't think we've broken any of those out specifically, Councillor, but I would say that all of them have been ones that we have discussed internally. Renee, do you? Yeah. Oh, Pat, do you want to jump in on that?
Thanks, Bart. Mr. Chair, some of the items that Mr. Humphrey raised this morning are within the tasks listed in the 5-year roadmap. For instance, looking at same-day booking, looking at late evening, late night and overnight service. Some of the other items that he brought up, we are following discussions at the Paratranspo Talk meetings where we engage with customers who choose to attend, such as the comments he made about the 90-minute limit between booking one trip and booking a subsequent trip.
Okay, thanks. And then just another quick question. On the slide where it talks about targets and it talked about Paratranspo. Paratranspo has a 95% target. I think we're at 93 point something. And in the column next to it, it said target dates will be established once 99.5 service is received. So I assume that's a reference to conventional service. And I was wondering why we wouldn't set Paratranspo targets for Paratranspo until conventional service delivery. Like, why is there a dependency on that? Is it because we're waiting for? I'll wait. I'll let you answer.
Thank you, Chair. It's an error. That should not be there.
Okay, thanks. That was it. That was easy. Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciated seeing the dates and targets in there. It's very helpful.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Two quick questions. The customer injury rate is lower than the target. Can we get the target to be 0 other than any other number? Like, why would we feel good about establishing a number anything other than 0?
Thank you for,
Go
thank you,
ahead.
Bart, and thank you for the question, Chair. Councillor, you're absolutely correct. So I think the term target is misleading. So in our safety management system, the SMS, it's a leading and lagging indicator. So that number is an indicator and not a target. Same thing with our TSB reportables. Certainly there's no target. The answer is 0 always for any injuries, any safety related items. The number that you're seeing as part of the roadmap and as part of our safety management system when I present the KPIs is merely an indicator.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And the other is the ridership targets. 67.9 million rides were achieved in 2024. And then the target you have, it was, I guess, basically pending the outcome of future review. But City Council passed a budget. The budget had ridership estimates for 2025. I believe it's 80% of pre-COVID numbers. So that's a number that you could have plugged in there. And then if that's different than our ultimate goal, you could also footnote that and say that rather than leaving it blank or saying, you know, to be determined, it would be good to see what we achieved last year and what we've actually estimated for this coming year, but ultimately what's our ultimate goal for ridership is, as we know, is a huge gap between pre-COVID and post-COVID. But overall, I appreciate the report. Very important to see this data, and I thank staff for it. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. My question relates to the new initiative that's been added under the our finances category about the fair compliance, I think you called it. Yeah. So I take it we're going to carry forward some of the compliance monitoring and enforcement work that's been done last year, and there's been decent success, we'll say, to sort of warrant that. Are we is there ideas right now? Are there any ideas right now? Are there any plans right now to maybe bring it beyond like just the rapid transit system? Like, are there ways to sort of bring fair inspectors to make the fair inspection regime, I guess, more mobile, so that they're not just restricted to line 1, for example? I know they're not, but for example.
Thank you for the question, Chair, and through you, I'm not sure if the councillor was able to attend at the last meeting where we provided an update on the Fair Compliance Initiative. So it is absolutely being formalized, and we'll be carrying it forward. And just maybe for a point of clarity, that the fair inspectors are absolutely mobile. So they are riding on they're riding on buses, they're riding on O-Trains lines 1, 2, and 4, and they ride alongside the customers, as many of the councillors have seen them out in the field. So there is always plans to enhance and strengthen the program, but they are absolutely mobile.
Yeah, no, I think I worded my question poorly. No, they're absolutely mobile. I don't think they stand at Herdman Station and look at people. I meant like something that takes them into more unexpected areas. Let's say in some places in I hate using Europe as an example, but in Europe, where I've been, like they sort of travel around in a van, like kind of like the employee shuttle van, and they just sort of intercept a proof of payment bus, and just do a random gorilla inspection, GUERILA gorilla inspection, not the animal.
Understood. Thank you for the question, Chair. And I think maybe I should have also clarified that one of the reasons we would like the fare inspectors to ride alongside of the customers is part of the intangible benefits that are hard to sometimes articulate with the fare inspection, as they're a uniformed presence to on our network and keep our staff safe, our residents safe, our customers safe. So there is no intention in them like riding around in a van and then going somewhere else, but they do ride like all the routes, any routes. They're not limited to certain locations, like they're not limited to, Central Station or areas where there's problems. So they will ride like rural routes, and they will intercept on buses and on vehicles, both on lines 1, 2, and 4. It's certainly a main part of the program to have them be very visible and ride alongside the customers, because the main purpose of it is not to generate revenue, but rather to ensure fair equity across our system and act as a safe and security presence for the operators who are not supposed to be getting into fair disputes, protecting our staff, but also our residents and our customers using the system.
So that sounds great. Obviously, I wasn't here last meeting. And no, I think the word that Bart used was integrity of the system, and I think that's the best way to sort of frame the goal. So I'm glad to hear that it's sort of continuing and hopefully expanding a bit. Thanks.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to take a look at the high level of the 5-year roadmap, which is to achieve the vision you want, which is proud to be your choice. When I squint, I take a look at what the future is for Ottawa, and it is a transit future. Reliable, affordable connections to get you around your neighborhood, to get you to an LRT that works, so that people make transit their first choice. And we're a long way from that, unfortunately. We have a lot of work to do to stabilize the system. You spoke extensively, or staff spoke extensively this morning about the challenge of the condition of the fleet, which is a huge barrier to getting us to the point where we can begin to improve service. We're nowhere near having a surplus of buses that would allow us to offer more frequent service, for instance. Two of the other challenges that we have are, our ridership is low, which poses, or lower than it used to be, which creates a revenue problem. And then we have the congestion across Ottawa, which is challenging the system to deliver the service that I think people want in the city. Can you address for me, first, congestion? I haven't heard a lot about how we're going to deal with that citywide. How are we going to get our buses to move more easily around the city? And if you need help from City Council to invest in the capital projects to do the modifications on our streets, I'd love to know what that laundry list is, because I know it's bigger than Baseline LRT. I know it's bigger than Carling LRT. How are we going to move buses through the corner of Parkdale and Gladstone? How are we going to get buses through the corner of Somerset and Bank, right? These choke points that are seriously challenging our service and that are turning people off using transit. How are we going to deal with congestion?
Mr. Chair, the primary responsibility for that work rests with a different committee, and the committees that are carrying the transportation master plan forward. The transportation master plan includes, or the draft TMP that's out for consultation right now, will be coming back to committee and council for consideration later in the year. Includes some very specific actions on some major streets, and includes recommendations for sort of annual allowances to do specific tactical work as congestion as situations developed. I think it's probably through the Transportation Master Plan that the best discussion occurs about where council will decide to invest in measures to either isolate or take transit customers around points of traffic congestion. For ourselves, working in the operations, we're collecting that information and feeding it into that infrastructure planning process, and we're also making tactical tweaks, things like exactly what is the timing on this traffic signal, which traffic signals are actuated by the arrival of buses, speaking with our colleagues in other departments about, can we change the parking regulations a little bit here, speaking with councillors, as we've had success in your ward with moving some bus stops out in by one lane or moving it to the other side of an intersection. So that's a continuous piece of work that we're doing. But the bigger question I suggest is really in how what council decides upon in the TMP.
Can I just maybe elaborate a little bit? I'll speak in French. Je veux aussi qu'on regarde le côté positif.
I want us to look at the positive side of the issue. On January 6th, we retired some buses because the train was available. So right then and there, we removed some buses, and we're working to bring people by the end of the year in the eastern part of the city. So instead of the bus, we'll put them in the train, and within 2 years, it will be on the west end. So we give priority to transit. Of course, these are decisions that are up to the council, but I know that I'm dreaming that one day we'll have a dedicated lane on Bank, but I know that people that are driving their cars will want that lane to its reality. It's not a secret. Now, this being said, we just adopted New Ways to Bus to launch it. And it's important to remember that when we do a massive review of the network, like we did with New Ways to Bus, the collective agreement of bus operator forces us to sit down with them and look at all the various itineraries and routes. And this is a good thing. But this was done in 2023, and we know what happened in 2024. The traffic really increased a lot. But at least the time that we put in New Ways to Bus is a time that was adjusted with the 2023 traffic, which was different than in 2022 and 2021 and so on. So I think that these are good initiatives to improve the system. When we add time on the roads, we can improve the on-time delivery. But people don't want to sit in the bus for an hour and a half if they can spend 15 minutes in their cars. So we have to give priority to transit, and that will require a lot of guts to do that, and that's you. And without wanting to start a war against drivers of cars, how can we give priority to transit to save the planet so that we stop spending billions of dollars in congestion? Because that's what's happening in Montreal, in Toronto. That's what happened in Washington. Now, Trump's going to do something else now, but I mean, we can see that in London, for instance, in Washington too, they put a tax to come to the downtown area, and that reduced considerably the traffic congestion. Here in Ottawa, we'd like to pay people to come to the downtown area because we want to have commercial activities. How can we attract people downtown while promoting the transit system? That's the issue. And I'm happy that you're raising this issue, Councillor Leeper, because it's not OC Transpo's problem only, it's the city's problem. And we must work together and take gutsy decisions. I believe totally in the transit system and active transportation, but you have to really help us by making very gutsy decisions so that the transit system will be a lot more sexy than taking your own car. Thank you. I totally agree with your position. I think that we need to have a much broader conversation that only the transit master plan. Oh, there's development, there's more than development charges too. It's not enough to do all the investments that we need to do to really change the people's habits.
TMP discussion that is development charges. There are city resources that need to go into some of these, and some of them are policy changes at the city, and some of them are capital investments that we need to make, and some of them are tactical innovations that we can make out of the development charges that we are putting towards traffic management. So I appreciate hearing everything that you said, Madam Amilcar. With respect to lower ridership, when can we ever expect to see ridership increase? What is the barrier in OC Transpo's view to higher ridership?
When I speak with my colleague, Chair, in Montreal, they said that to go back to the same level of 2019 ridership, that will take 10 years. So I think we can anticipate the same thing here. However, we know that in Montreal, there are approximately 80, and Gatineau, which is so close to us, they are at 90, and we still stuck at 72, 75%. We know that the federal workers came back 3 days a week. We didn't see significantly that on our transit. We saw it, unfortunately, with the congestion. So I think we will need, with the TMP, definitely, we will need to review our forecast. And with the LRFP, as you know, we will need to definitely say that will take years, and some decisions will need to be taken because of that, because we have forecast, and I think Councillor Brockington said that, I've said that many times here, that we never achieve our forecast, but it's a forecast, it's not a target for sure. But at the end of the day, we need a target realistically speaking.
Okay. I think we need to come to grips with the fact that it is going to take us a very long time to get back to our ridership levels. And if we continue to match the service to the resources we have, which includes lower ridership revenues, then we are never going to make the investments into the service that will actually make it a better service. The best we can hope to do is to try to stabilize it. I think we need to look at resourcing OC Transpo properly to make the service actually improved, not just stabilized. So I will leave it there. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. So can we receive this report? Received. Thank you very much. Okay, we have no in-camera items. I'll just note there's one information previously distributed report that's included in the agenda. We do have a motion of which notice was previously given on bus reliability from Councillor Brockington. We have some delegations who are still with us. Thank you for your patience. I think the best thing to do would be to have Councillor Brockington introduce the slightly revised motion, and then we'll hear from our delegations. And then if there's any questions to staff or the mover or any discussion, we can continue from there. So Councillor Brockington, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to read the motion in the interest of time. In essence, it's the same motion. There were suggestions to modify some wording to better define or refine reliable bus service. So the words on-time performance have been added throughout this motion. And that was a suggestion by staff, and that was certainly accepted. But Chair, I do have some opening comments. Do you want me to provide those now or wait till our delegates?
Now would be
now.
fine.
Okay. So Chair and colleagues, we all feel passionately about public transit, and we know that our residents across city have made it clear that we need to do better when it comes to on-time bus performance. No successful public transit agency can be seen as credible or a dependable agency without offering consistently reliable service. And I believe this has been our Achilles heel is bus service. You'll note at every Transit Commission meeting, I ask about improving bus service. I note our data does not show signs of improvement, and I acknowledge the targets that have been set with no defined roadmap to get us to that destination. This is not good management, nor is it sound governance. I haven't prepared a lengthy speech today because I think the matter before us is pretty clear. Our city manager confirmed improving bus reliability is a priority for the city, and council approved our strategic plan for 2023-2026, clearly identifying as priority number 11 to improve transit reliability. ROC Transpo Management has established targets of 85% on-time performance objectives for all bus runs, whether they run on a frequency greater than 15 minutes or less than 15 minutes. We've been told that hiring and stabilizing our mechanics and operators would improve on bus time performance. The data does not show this. We were told the opening of the Trillium line would improve bus time performance. The data does not show this. And our management has been asked to estimate how on-time bus performance will improve when the Good Places to Bus route changes are implemented at the end of this month. We're told they're not able to estimate a number. We do know that there will be improvements, but again, no estimates. It's time for a plan. How will we get to 85%? Our passengers have been asking for years, and the committee has been asking. And we will never retain passengers with an unreliable service, and we will certainly not grow the system, Councillor Leeper, to your point, if people can't get to work, school, their appointments, or other activities. In 3 days, Mr. Chair, we've heard letters of support have been received from community associations, Dalhousie, Crystal Beach, Lakeview, Vanier, Guildwood Alliance, Centerpoint, Manor Park. We've heard and received letters from Ecology Ottawa, the FCA Transportation Committee, Ottawa Transit Riders. We've had questions and comments from the ATU, other community leaders, university students, and residents. So I'll just leave it there. Feel very strongly about this. Staff have said they can deliver the report, which I appreciate. And I'll yield to delegations at this point.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so we have 3 delegations. First is Nick Grover representing Ecology Ottawa. I think Nick is online. There's Nick. Hi, Nick. Thanks for your patience and for joining us this afternoon.
Of course. Thank you, Chair. So I don't know if anyone here is in an improv troupe, but what I'd like to do today is yes and this motion. So reliability is critical and transit is nothing without it. The city's strategic plan even notes that continuing to improve bus service is key to improving mobility, including advancing overall transit reliability. A reliable bus network is vital for meeting our climate and transportation goals. In our new official plan, we've committed to making over half of trips by 2046 by sustainable modes. We've also committed to zero emissions by 2050, and currently about 42% of emissions come from transportation. The recent numbers in the TMP Phase 5 consultation show we are not doing very well on those commitments. This is bad, but also not surprising. OC Transpo users know from experience that service isn't reliable. And how can we expect people to use OC Transpo if they don't know if they'll get to work on time or daycare, doctor's appointment, or caregiving responsibilities? We, of course, welcome any measure to improve transparency and accountability. But if we want to explore transit reliability and we want to be transparent, we need to be clear on our definition. So when OC Transpo or this committee talk about reliability, sometimes it means on-time performance, like this motion does, but other times it means service delivery, whether or not a bus was sent at some point in time or it was canceled. These are very different things, and sometimes they're used interchangeably, even in the same report. That's confusing, and it's not, the second definition is not how any actual transit rider understands reliability. When they read in an article that OC Transpo is at 98% reliability, they wonder what planet they're living on. So we need to adopt one definition, and we need to use it consistently. The motion today calls for a plan to improve bus reliability and refers to several challenges facing OC Transpo. Such a plan must include measures relating to traffic congestion, Last year, GM Amokar noted accurately that the traffic is killing us, with 40% of buses on popular routes over 5 minutes late. And that's because we don't define it as late if it's less than 5 minutes late. Another problem. This is all a recipe for a transit death spiral. The worse service is, the more people drive, and the worse bus service gets because of the traffic. Even if we eliminate cancellations entirely, it will not make bus routes timely or reliable if they keep getting stuck in traffic. A plan to improve reliability means this committee and council urgently prioritizing BRT and bus lanes on streets like Bank, Carling, Baseline, and others. This will shorten travel times, keep routes on schedule, and encourage the use of sustainable transportation. It will also offer traffic calming on streets, and it will grow ridership, which is what we all want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I'm seeing no questions from committee, so thank you for your comments today. Our next delegation is Aidan Kalionen, who is with us in the room. Thanks, Aidan, for sticking with us. And Aidan's with Carleton University Students Association.
Well, the first two words I wrote here were good morning, but I think I wrote that being a bit naive. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aidan Kalionen. I'm the Associate Vice President for University and Government Relations at the Carleton Student Union. I've been here a few times before. I'm here today representing the undergraduate community of Carleton and to lend our support to Councillor Brockington's motion concerning bus reliability. Without a reliable system, our bus network is little more than a guessing game on wheels and a timetable of empty promises. Over 70% of all regular commuters to Carleton come to campus via public transportation. In our most recent consultations, 48% of students identified the reliability and frequency of transit as the primary issue concerning them. While the opening of O-Train Line 2 has no doubt alleviated some issues of capacity, most of our students still rely on the city's extensive bus network for at least part of their journey. OC Transpo remains far behind its targets for service delivery, dipping in February of 2025 to 98.9%, which is simply the amount of trips scheduled versus the amount of trips actually delivered. The single biggest factor, however, for all of these commuters to Carleton, be they students, faculty, or users of our athletic facilities, is on-time performance. OC Transpo's failure to provide reliable transportation is most apparent when you examine these on-time service metrics. On-time performance for most more frequent routes remains at only 82%, and for less frequent commuter routes, that number is even worse at 76%. Many students we know rely on those less frequent routes. But these statistics don't tell the whole story, particularly when you account for the complexity of many students' commute. Compounding delays on multiple routes can create scenarios where students are 10, 15, sometimes more than 20 minutes late to class, late to a job, or late to a medical appointment. I spoke at a transit conference hosted by Enviro Center recently about the need for transit literacy here in Ottawa. And transit literacy means fostering a habit where from a young age, regular and consistent use of public transportation is your primary way of getting around the city. As a representative of students, that issue is particularly important to me, many of whom are newcomers to Ottawa. Greater transit literacy cannot come without a culture of accountability in Ottawa's transit system. We're happy the motion today addresses that. If students see an unreliable system from the outset, they're far less likely to make transit a lifelong habit, and that further impacts the city's ridership goals. While one motion at one meeting by one councillor will not fix this system overnight, we are nevertheless grateful to Councillor Brockington and his team for recognizing not only the severity of the transit reliability issue here in Ottawa, but also for making clear that OC Transpo needs to provide an immediate plan to address their own established reliability targets. OC Transpo must be clear with council and riders how they plan to make immediate systemic changes to improve the reliability of the system, lest students continue to suffer the consequences that come from inaction. We once again thank Councillor Brockington and all those at the Transit Commission that continue to listen and to advocate for students, and we strongly hope you'd lend your support to this motion. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Aidan, for being here. I know how important CUSA is to the campus community and appreciate your advocacy on this piece in particular. Obviously, we've got the new ways to bus starting April 27th. You've written in a lot of comments about that, and we've tried to address most of them. I am wondering, just given the UPass on campus and the reliability that's needed to fulfill everyone that gets a transit pass on campus, how that issue is going on the with the campus community, and given the budget we had previously.
Yeah, obviously, council and the Transit Commission is no doubt aware of the ongoing process surrounding UPass and the increase. Like, I'll be frank with you, it's a difficult sell because, you know, I speak on behalf of students and what we see from students, whether it's just talking to them in the hallways or whether it's these kinds of consultations we do, that they're unhappy. And so the mechanism by which we levy fees to increase the UPass is via referendum. And so no matter what method we choose to explore to levy this fee, it will have to go to students for a vote. And, you know, speaking candidly right now, I'm not confident that students would support a motion in its current form today unless there is more done, such as what is being addressed today to address reliability issues here in Ottawa.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. When I was president of CUSA, there was similar sentiment. I mean, we brought in the UPass shortly after that, and had a referendum with a much lower cost at the time. When I was president of the Residents Association, there was also the O-Train running at the time. So now that the Line 2 is going, I'm hopeful that, you know, we're going to see more and more students take transit to and from post-secondary. So look, I just really appreciate your advocacy. Thanks for being here, and I'll be supportive of Councillor Brockington's motion.
Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you. And thanks for coming out. Very eloquent. Maybe there's a future in politics here. Who knows? That being said, this is about reliability. I don't think anyone doesn't want reliable. I think we're all going to support this. You'd be crazy if you didn't. I think we're already doing half of this. But now that we've gotten into this discussion about UPass, which I didn't think was part of this, when are you holding a vote? Just because it helps us from a planning perspective. If you're speaking on behalf of Carleton and the route, it'd be good to know because, of course, we purchase lots of buses, we integrate a lot of stuff, and if we have to rejig things, it'd be important. So do you know when that is going to come for a vote?
We have specific timelines surrounding referendum campaigns. We do not currently have a time set, but typically these types of referendums would either be run early in the spring or late winter. So that would be throughout our February general election period, or they would be run in the by-election period, September, October, but we haven't set a timeline on that yet.
Okay, and just if you can carry the message back, we do budgetary stuff towards the end of the year. So, you know, again, if you're able to work with cities like what we're stuck with an annual timetable, it doesn't meet a school timetable or even a business timetable, which makes no sense. Trust me, I chair planning and it doesn't make sense we do calendar years on that, but that's a whole other discussion. If you can bring back that a decision prior to the budget would probably be helpful, just so we're aware of what Carleton is thinking, because we do have 3 other institutions as well to keep in mind.
Absolutely. And yeah, absolutely, for sure. The biggest thing we want to keep in mind, though, is that we need to do the proper planning because any referendum we do want to run, we want it to pass, correct? So we want to make sure that, you know, students are properly informed, we're properly communicating things, and that we can make a clear case to students that they're going to get something out of this because they do pay quite a bit into this program, and it's a very significant revenue driver for OC Transpo. So we want to make sure we're doing this right.
And I appreciate that, and thanks. And, you know, when I heard you said they're against it now, I thought, oh God, maybe it's done, but it sounds like you have the opportunity to bring it back. Yeah, I'll take the nod as a yes. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to add my thanks as well for coming down, and sorry about how long it took to get this item, but I want to acknowledge the great advocacy that Carleton Association has delegated this year, not just in addition today, but we've heard from Carleton students many occasions, and your advocacy is very strong. We hear you. And we're trying to right the wrong here. There are hundreds of students live in River Ward, Hogsback community in particular. 111 is chronically unreliable. I hear it all the time. Pull my hair out. And the ultimate goal is to provide more stable, reliable service for your students and all students and people who take it. So thank you. Your advocacy counts, and appreciate you coming down today. So thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. And thank you very much for delegating. I echo Councillor Brockington's gratitude for having student representation in front of us. I'm on the bus, multiple times through the week. It's part of how I get around. And the students, younger people in Ottawa, are the ones who are left on the bus. We rely on your ridership. This may be unfair, but you recently attended the Enviro Center meeting. You've been here all morning. You've heard about the challenge with our aging bus fleet and the real risk that we just don't have enough buses to provide the level of service that we are promising. Your demand and request of the city for an immediate improvement is the right one. But how? Do you have any thoughts on how we can quickly make the buses run on time in Ottawa?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. It's not going to be a quick solution. It's not going to be an overnight solution. I think, we start by approaching the province as the City of Ottawa has done time and time again and said, we need money, not just when there's a brand new capital project and there's a ribbon cutting and it's very flashy, but we need money for operating. And that's the biggest thing. And that's, what I've seen folks at this table advocate for, what I've seen the city advocate for in the past is a better funding deal from the province to ensure we're able to deliver on those reliability targets. So that's a start. There are elements to improve here domestically, but that's one area in particular where I think CUSA has been vocal to the province and vocal with provincial representatives that we need a better funding deal for transit for the City of Ottawa. And so that's where a lot of our efforts have been focused. It's one solution of many, but it's one that comes to mind.
I appreciate that. I want to be fair and reasonable. It's difficult to imagine that some of our most immediately pressing issues are ones that can be solved with money. You were here this morning when we talked about the real challenge that OC Transpo is having right now, trying to find buses to buy. The operators, the mechanic shortage, that will be a budget pressure, and it would be great to have provincial funding on the operational side to help us do that. But there's a limited amount of money that we can throw at the problem in the very near term to try to fix it. In the long term, if we want everyone to be able to rely on transit as their first choice for moving around the city, we've got a very large appetite and need for operational funding, and I appreciate you raising it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Aidan, for joining us today. Our third and final speaker on this item is Marko Miljusevic, who is joining us online. And Marko, you will likely have to accept a prompt to join the meeting.
Hello, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome, Marko.
Hi, sorry, my apologies. I was just getting home. Had to stop on the side of the street here. So I will be, chatting here over the phone. Hopefully that's okay. Let me know if you can't hear me or anything. So basically, I think the motion to me is exactly what we should be seeing. I'm an Ottawa resident. My whole life, I grew up in the suburbs and had to rely on transit to get to high school as well as university. And even now I use it quite often to get to places where I can't walk or bike myself. And so, I think reliable transit is definitely an extremely important issue in our city. I think especially, speaking from my own experience, to me, I don't mind having to take a trip where the bus might take 40 minutes versus a car that could take 20 minutes, as long as I know that it will be that 40 minutes and that it will pick me up when I expect it to and drop me off when hopefully I expect it to. Typically, I don't even mind waiting a bit outside in the weather where maybe the shelter isn't as great and protect me from the noise in the cars. But, the reliability is really the key thing there. There's often, I think, when speaking to other transit riders, there's an existential dread of when you're waiting there and wondering, oh, will I get to the place where I wanted to on time? I've had job interviews where the first bus gets canceled and, then I'm sitting there trying to figure out how I'm going to get there on time, whether I have to call an Uber or whether I have to, get a friend to come pick me up if not. And so, again, the reliability to me is really the key part of getting people to use transit and think of it as like a first option to getting to places. I think when we're talking about reliability, really the key thing is not whether the bus eventually got sent on that route or whether, it eventually showed up at some time. It's really like, did the bus say it was going to pick me up at 3:30 and it came, roughly a couple minutes before or after? Like that's what I think most people think of when we talk about reliable transit. And I think, I don't need to tell anyone here why reliable transit is good. It gives people options to jobs, friends, family, lets them access, city amenities and stuff like that. So, it really unlocks so much of the city for so many people. And I think, to your point earlier where you were asking, how do we get reliable transit in the city immediately? I think one of the big things that the city should be looking for is having those, transit corridors where transit is given priority. One of the main ones I'm thinking of is the 6 and the 7 along Bank Street. They're very often sitting in traffic, or the 88 on Baseline. You have a bus full of 70, 80 people that are sitting behind cars that are often single occupancy vehicles. And to me it seems like an immediate fix that we could do tomorrow is just turn one of these lanes in often these 4 or 8 lane roads into a transit priority lane. We don't need a BRT, we don't need a light rail. We can just paint it and say this is a bus lane and give the buses the priority there. I think that's something that would cost almost nothing from the city. It would provide immediate benefits to a lot of our very important transit routes that are often canceled because they're being pulled away to other parts of the city and that are often very delayed because they're sitting in traffic. So I think to me, one of the most immediate things that we should be doing is having way more transit priority corridors, making sure that, the important routes in our city that are getting the most people to the places where they need to go are given the priority that in my mind they deserve, because, a lot of these corridors are moving, thousands of people a day, much more than you'll see even on the cars in those corridors. And this is even without those corridors having the priority that they should be having, in my mind. So you could only imagine what those numbers might be if we now actually gave those, those transit riders the priority that I think they deserve. So, obviously there's the costlier implements later that we talked about, like getting better funding for operational costs and stuff. And I think that's definitely still important, but that's not going to happen tomorrow. And I think things like, transit priority corridors can't happen tomorrow or even today. It's more of just like a will. And I think, if you do take that small step and turn a couple of those key roads into transit priority corridors, I think you'll see many more people satisfied with transit and then many more people willing to rely on transit because it's reliable. But yeah, that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. I'm not seeing any questions for you. Thank you for sticking with us into the afternoon. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. That wraps up our delegations. Now, if there's any questions for staff or any comments on the motion. Councillor Bragan, I'll give you a chance to wrap up if you want, but I just wanted to say I'm going to support the motion. I think just one theme in some of the correspondence we had is a number of people wrote that OC Transpo needs a plan. And I do want to acknowledge that OC Transpo has been presenting clearly on the plan for the last 2 years at commission around operators, around new ways to bus, around maintenance, and has also been clearly presenting the risk. I can appreciate, though, that outside of people who regularly attend transit committee, perhaps there's not that same awareness. So I do think there is some value in collating all the information that we hear on a monthly basis into a report defining for residents more clearly that intersection of delivery and punctuality and regularity and how those factors work together. I mean, there isn't one magic number that we can look to define how well our system's working, but the combination of those three is what we look at to judge whether or not we're getting better or worse on a month-to-month and year-to-year basis, and then also to clearly define the risk from congestion, from supply chain issues, all the different risks we've talked about. So I do think there's value in bringing that together, and I appreciate staff's openness to producing that report for us this fall to give some more clarity and stronger communication to residents, combined with the commitment we had earlier around publishing monthly KPIs on the OC Transpo website. And I guess on that, let's keep in mind too, the whole measurement that we've been getting in this term is new. 3 or 4 years ago, we did not have this data being tracked on a monthly basis. We did not have this level of insight and tracking as to where the data on reliability is, where our fleet is. I mean, the level of information that we have had has been a marked and significant step up this term. And I think we need to continue to find ways to better communicate this information, good and bad, out to the public. So thank you to staff. And Councillor Brockington, I guess you can have the last word on this.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, thank you, colleagues who entertain delegations and hopefully will support this motion. When the province established housing targets for various municipalities, they gave us a number, the target, and they told us when we had to do it by. So you have a 10-year window to accomplish this. And that's what I'm looking for here is we have a target, but we don't have a timeline to achieve that target. And so what I expect the report to see is here are all the ingredients or all the variables that we could implement that will get us towards that 85%. Some will be very easy. Amend the schedule on the bus stop, which is not realistic. We need to add 6 more minutes to make it more reliable. That's low cost versus all the way to the other end, major capital improvements to intersections, bus corridors, which will help make bus reliability even better. So that's what we're looking for, because some things will require budgetary pressures that will take time to implement, and it becomes a prioritization exercise. Colleagues, our residents have said this loud and clear. We need to do better. We need a plan to get there. That's what this motion is asking for. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion then, is it carried? Carried. Thank you. All right, we're almost at the end of the meeting, but we do have 1 notice of motion and 3 inquiries, I believe. So notice of motion comes from Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This notice of motion, whereas on August 8th, 2021, an O-train light rail vehicle derailed while on the Confederation line, and whereas a second derailment took place on the Confederation line just outside of the maintenance yard on the September 19th, 2021, which was caused by mandated fleet maintenance activities resulting from the first derailment from August the 8th, and whereas following the derailments, OC Transpo worked with Rideau Transit Group, RTG, to establish a plan to ensure a safe return to service, leveraging the expertise and independent oversight of TRA, and whereas the Safe Return to Service Plan incorporated a system of regular inspections, and whereas in June 2022, following a regular inspection, Alstom exercised its right to put into place temporary speed restrictions on sections of Line 1 via the issuance of a safety notice, and whereas the second series of TSRs were put in place by Alstom in 2023, and whereas both sets of TSRs remain in place to this day, and whereas a definitive analysis of the root cause or causes of the 2021 derailments have not been delivered to the city or brought forward for public discussion, and whereas it is essential that city staff provide transparent reporting to council regarding transit operations in a way that enables their oversight role and consequently maintains or improves public confidence in Ottawa's rail system, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to provide the Transit Committee and Council with a memorandum confirming RTG's results of the additional studies related to speed and lateral loads before the Confederation Line LRT lines temporary speed restrictions related to the bearing issue are removed.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor. And inquiries. Councillor Hill, you have an inquiry on regulatory oversight. We'll start with that one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This inquiry that city staff advise as the advantages, disadvantages, and feasibility to adopting a singular LRT safety regulatory framework with an eye towards simplifying and clarifying technical regulatory requirements and ensuring appropriate arm's length external oversight is in place.
Okay. Councillor Tierney has an inquiry on fuel.
That's correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With the federal election underway, many promises have been made that directly impact municipal budgets. prior to the election, the government removed the consumer carbon tax, which is estimated savings of 21 to 25 cents a liter on fuel that we currently buy in bulk. And while this applies to all departments, including public works, for plows, for work vehicles, all the way down to our facilities with natural gas and propane for ice resurfacing, can staff provide, one, the high-level estimation of how much we have spent to date since the implementation and removal of the carbon tax, and two, the anticipated savings for our municipality. That's what I have in front of us today. And Mr. Chair, I would have waited a little longer, but we do have a very important election underway, and I think we have to press our leaders of the parties to either commit or not, because it determines our futures.
Okay, and a third inquiry from Councillor Hill on batteries and fires. And
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This inquiry, can building code and or OC Transpo confirm that the new e-bus garage provides adequate fire mitigation, prevention and reduction systems, bracket fail safe and safe fail, bracket, to address the high concentration of large lithium ion batteries and electrical infrastructure?
Okay, thank you. Are there any other inquiries or notices of motion? I'm seeing none. We have no other business today. And with that, we're adjourned until our next meeting on June 12th. Thank you, everyone, for your time today.